Welcome to Lucas Street, the home of the Windward Cricket Club, for this, the third and final day of Series 4 in the BCA Elite Division 3-day championship. Rain has delayed the start of play, which was due to begin at 11:30, and at the close of play last evening, with rain having interrupted play at 14 minutes after 4. Pickwick 75 for 4 in their second innings at the crease. Kyle Hope on 17, Shamar for the keeper yet to score. That's an overall lead of 136 over Sagicor Windward. Pickwick 261 all out in their first innings and 200 all out Windward, as a couple Pickwick players along with members of the ground staff trying to get the surface in shape. They've been rolling for about the last 15 minutes or so, and so overcast conditions remain. When play eventually begins, the tactics of Pickwick will be vital. Both teams struggling towards the bottom of the table. As I say, good afternoon and welcome to Philo Wallace.
Good afternoon,
Barbados
Keith.
captain and West Indies opening batsman. How are you today?
I'm very well. Good afternoon to all our viewers on this live stream here from Lucas Street. Yesterday it was sunny. Obviously, they lost, 40 minutes coming off the back end of the game, of the day's play, second day's play. And now the start of this third day's play, there's no cricket because of overnight rain. And the covers not being adequate enough to obviously cover the run-ups, one from the south and the northern end. And then because of the amount of pitches that they have on the square, Keith, the covers can only cover the main pitch and then maybe halfway onto the other pitches on either east and western ends of sides of the playing surface. So that's where the mopping up is happening. Obviously the outfield is in good condition because of the lack of rain in Barbados, but the outfield will take the water. But it's just in those delicate areas around the pitch that are causing some concern. If you're looking on the stream, you will see the coach, the head coach, Jafari Toppin, and that looks like Hoyt, trying to get the light roll, and the groundsman is using the available grass that he has just to try and mop up those areas. There's an all wet area as well in the bowlers run up, as expected, because we know in this elite division the covers only cover the pitches. The run ups are always left exposed to the elements, and once there's a significant amount of rain, the run ups will always be a concern, and that is an issue that needs to be addressed by the clubs and in association with the Barbados Cricket Association, how best they can solve this issue with inadequate covering, particularly for the run-ups at the various cricket venues or cricket grounds around Barbados. But obviously Pickwick will be desperate, Keith, to get out, to get some cricket in. They're 75 for 4, a lead of just over 100, 130 maybe?
136.
136, so they will have to make all the run-ins here if they do get out, or when they do get out, to try and set up the game to win it. Now, as you rightly said, you have Pickwick on 27, Windward on 23, Barbados Youth on 12. Now, we know that Barbados Youth, they don't move, not even from the bottom. They stay in the elite. So obviously Windward and Sagicor Windward and ESAF Pickwick, they'll be looking for much needed points to lift them out of that bottom part of the standings. Above them is MPC on 28, Wanderers on 30, UW on 35, and the list goes on. So this is a very important day for ESAF Pickwick and Sagicor Windward to try to salvage some kind of points, obviously, and yet another truncated day.
Well, Pickwick Philo have already been assured of 10 points,
so that's
from
37
the game, because they got 3 points for batting and scoring 261.
So the
4
37
points for bowling and 3 for first innings. Those 10 points cannot be taken away.
No, they'll be given.
Windward got 2 points for batting,
That's 25,
4 points for bowling,
29.
and once the game ends in a draw, they will pick up a point.
So that's 30. So they're still in the bottom half.
Yes.
Okay.
YMPC expected to get maximum 20 points from Signet Globe Financial BCA Youth,
Yes.
which would push them up to 48 points.
Yeah.
Wanderers, the champions a couple seasons ago, they've already lost first innings against UWA at Darrell's Road. I think it's going to be an intriguing contest at Bank Hall for first innings with Wildy, the defending champions, fighting back against Empire. And unless one team bats poorly in the second innings, that races in the key clash between the front runners, Gladiola, sponsored by Superb Blend, and Fusion Boutique Spartan, that game should end in a draw.
Should end in a draw. I agree. We see more players have converged on the playing field over the pitch area here at Lucas Street. The officials are out there as well, just trying to make sure that things go according to what they're asked of the ground staff. Obviously, with limited ground staff as well, Keith, the players have to obviously put some muscle in and try to help out as much as they can. So the mopping up operations continue here at Lucas Street. We have the same by our Prime Minister, Mayor Moore Motley, many hands make light work. So we can see on our screen, many hands make light work. Let me switch over now to races in that key clash, Keith, of Super Blend Gladiola. They're obviously hosting Fusion Boutique Spartan. Fusion Boutique Spartan, they obviously have gained first, and they did move on. Obviously, they're leading now by 14 runs. Mardon Ben has moved up to 116, and with him is the ever reliable Michael Sobers, who's going to be facing up to Jaden Lord, the medium pace bowler. He tucks his ball into the leg side and picks up an easy single. Again, we're seeing that obviously the effects of not having enough coverage. There's a lot of sawdust, the northern end, the southern end, where the bowlers obviously in the run-ups to the bowlers. So again, some concern there in relation to covering of the run-ups. But the outfield is parched, so the outfield will be glad to have the rain that they had on it last night here in St. Philip.
Yes, Mardon Ben, his 11th ton at this level, continues to be one of the main batsmen for Spartan. That was an adventurous stroke he just attempted outside of the off stump against Lord and Miss.
I didn't know why he would play that shot, Keith. I don't know what the instructions are by Coach Dave Marshall. I have to say happy birthday to Coach Dave Marshall.
Happy birthday, Dave. Affectionately known as Yama. Hope you enjoy your day.
Yeah. He's been coaching the Spartan now for clearly over 10 years. And that ball is punched down to backward point. Ben not looking to run, so that clearly tells me they've gone to the boundary for 4. A very good shot. And one thing about Mardon Ben, Keith, he's always the one that you can rely on, the one batter to rely on to go big in hundreds. If you look at when he played the Division 1 last year, he got some very big hundreds in crisis matches. And again, you're seeing him here for Fusion Boutique Spartan, pulling them out of a rut to get them up now to 231 for 8. Michael Sober is reliable there on 28 from 33 balls. Mardon Ben 119 it looks like, and he's faced 167 balls. And we see Miguel Cummins, the former Barbados and West Indies fast bowler. He's bowled 15 overs. He's taken 3 for 32. So a good 100 by Mardon Ben against the front runners, Super Blend Gladiola, and they'll be looking obviously to stretch that lead as big as possible and for as long as possible to maybe set up something miraculous, Keith. Maybe Super Blend Gladiola, just speaking on hindsight, not batting well in the second innings and then setting a target, or just deciding, to go normal and give Spartan something to chase in the end. But good contest here between bat and ball at races.
Yes, talking about Mardon Ben, he got his first 100 at this level in what was then still known as the First Division, and that was for Barbados Youth back in 2008. when he played 4 games. And next season he was with Spartan. Interestingly, in 21-9 he was back with Barbados Youth. And he didn't get his first stand for Spartan before 2012 when he had his best season with an aggregate of 613, averaging 43.78. And then in 2014, another 100, but 2 tons in 2012. 2017, 1 ton, followed by another 100 in 2018. 2024, he got 100, and before that, the previous season, 2023, 2 tons. So now this 100 taking him up to 11.
That's a short ball there from Miguel Cummins, and Sobers going under it with some ease. This is day 3 as well. Obviously, nothing would have been done with the pitch other than roll it from yesterday. So good carry at that surface at Rice's from Miguel Cummins. The ball going through to be taken by the keeper. So there's a good fight back. Obviously, pressure on Super Blend Gladiola to try and break this partnership and look to bowl out Fusion Boutique Spartan.
And it has been going for some time. They came together, Philo, in the 48th over with the score 169. So they've now put together 62 invaluable runs for Spartan. Psychologically, if Spartan can get a lead of, say, around 60 or 70, and then grab some early wickets, they could put the home side under some pressure. And I am cautious in saying psychologically it's going to be a tough ask, but the bottom line is their next task, having picked up 3 batting points, you get the first 2 at 175. It's a 3s and 4s ground. Then the next 50 runs 225, and then 275. So they've managed 3 batting points so far in that 231 for 8, being 169 for 8 at one stage.
Yes, and you see a little frustration coming in there by Miguel Cummins, looking obviously to get this, to break this partnership. And Sobers, I see a big hit. You see the umpire now turn and signal another boundary, but it's pushed that total up down to 234. You're not missing any cricket at Lucas Street. The players are going through their various warm-ups, because play is expected to start, Keith, at 12:30.
Well, that's an hour already that will be taken out of play. So if Pickwick want to make hay, as they say, while the sun shines, that will be an ask of them. I think once you have your points secured, you should get ambitious and seek to go for the outright victory.
But ambitious is a big word, Keith. I'm not certain if Pickwick would be so ambitious to go for victory, but the ball is in their courts. As they say, they have all the runnings to make this an interesting game. They're the team that are batting. Obviously, they've lost an hour. Yesterday, they lost 40 minutes. Above in the east, Keith, is getting a little darker. The wind is picked up again here at Lucas Street. So all of those concoctions will come into play. As we still have on the screen at Rice's, we're going to see Matthew Jones, the left arm orthodox spinner, bowling to Mardon Ben. He's bowled, some 13 overs. He's picked up 1 wicket for 37 runs. And he's grown his hair, apparently, Keith. It's longer than yours and mine. Oh, you just chuckle. I wonder why. Yeah, there's a lot of to and fro at Rice's. Obviously, there's some frustration. Clearly, you can see some frustration in the Super Blend Gladiola players. A lot of hands waving. Ashley Nurse, that lone figure that slipped. There's a man at Silly Point, short extra cover, long off from what we can see on the screen. Matthew Jones is opting to come through and around. He'll be bowling to Mardon Ben, who's on 119. Fusion Boutique Spartan there, 234 for 8. Ben going long forward
defending and still looking to break this troublesome 9th-wicket stand. Spartan at one stage were 69 for 5, so this has been a tremendous fight back.
Yes, it called skill, it calls character, determination. They've had a long meeting about it, Keith. I was there last week for a meeting. And that ball just ripped past the outside edge, past the wicketkeeper here with to his right. Ashley Nurse took it to his left up for a slip. Very good take. No edge involved, but a lot of bounce and spin.
Yeah.
So he certainly put in some revs on that ball, Matthew Jones, the left arm spinner. You rate him, Keith, Matthew Jones?
Yes, he's one of the rather consistent wicket takers. The proliferation of spinners nowadays, and he did so when he was at Carrollton before moving up to Gladiola at Rice's.
There. There's a good shot from Mardan. Then a flighted delivery. He took the aerial route to the over Matthew Jones' head down to long on, to the left of long on. The field obviously ran past the ball, and the ball bounced and went into the boundary for yet another. That's a 3, because there are 3s and 4s up there.
3s
so
and 4s.
Ben would have pushed his total now up to 122. And Spartan moved with a 237 for 8. So more frustration for Super Ben Guardiola.
Indeed, they don't want to know that they're going to find themselves with Spartan having been under pressure at 169 for 8 and resuming today just 1 run ahead to move on to 237 without further loss. It's another 14 overs in which, if they're still at the crease, to get up to 275 and miraculously gain the full 4 batting points.
Yeah, so it's important that obviously Super Ben Gladiola just try to stay cool, bowl the deliveries in the good areas, the bowlers, and obviously if the opportunity presents itself to get that 9th wicket, they have to take it. Because the last thing they want is for any of these 2 batters to get a chance and continue obviously to bat and build on that partnership. Because this partnership obviously can hurt them, as you say, going forward throughout this final day's play.
The fight back was started by Ben and Jalen Norville, who made 31. They took the score from 69 for 5 to 154 before Norville was dismissed by Miguel Cummins, the former Barbados and West Indies fast bowler, who has been economical, 16 overs, 4 middens, 3 for 35.
There's a short ball from Miguel Cummins, and Sobers just latching onto it and hitting it in front of square down to the boundary for yet another 3. So more salt in the wounds of Super Ben Gladiola. Miguel Cummins guilty there of bowling the ball way too short. And Sober said, thank you very much. And he moves on to 34. And Fusion Boutique Spartan there to 240. And the lead continues to grow, unlike our hair, Keith.
Well, my hair grows, but I cut it short.
Oh, my hair grows and I shave. I don't know what kind of cutter you have. It has to be a very good cutter because I don't see any length on that hair at all.
I do it myself.
Oh, I was in England and I went to the barber and I asked him what it cost for a haircut. He told me £20. So I asked him how much for a shave. He told me 10. I said, well, shave me.
And
he's finally dismissed. The short ball has done the trick. And Michael Sober is getting all messed up there with that short ball at his body. Miguel Cummins firing that short ball at his body. Sober's looking to give himself room. And the ball just ricocheted maybe from his glove. And they keep him moving to his left quite smartly and taking a catch. So they've broken the partnership, Keith, that was stalling them since yesterday.
Yes, finally, with the dismissal of Sobers. So that stand, Philo would have realized 71 for the 9th wicket, and they batted for exactly 14 overs. Then Stefan King was dismissed to make it 169 for 8, 47 overs and 2 balls, and now Sobers after 61 overs and 2 deliveries. So vital wicket in terms of the fact that now with the ninth wicket going down, it assures the championship leaders superb Blind Gladiola of the 4 maximum bowling points. They got 2 for batting, 6 if the game ends in a draw, and you add 1, that would be 7, and they went in to this the 4th round on 54 points. So as it stands, still likely to be at the top heading into the mid-season of the BCA Elite Division 3-day championship.
Yeah, Super Blend Guardiola obviously they're leading this elite division. They have the experience as well, Keith, and they play good as a unit. Ashley Nurse, you can't underestimate him. Miguel Cummins is also there, and a number of other players who are good enough cricketers at the local elite division. So you don't want to leave anything to chance. You want to make sure that you put yourself in a position, or your team in a position, where you have Gladiola looking to make a game of it, rather than you pushing them or pushing your team. Because you can falter, you can be looking for a victory, and you can find yourself obviously behind the 8 ball by not doing the right things.
And they're still not at full strength. The likes of Jamar Eiffel, Javonte DePisa, who had an outstanding all-round season 2 years ago, Rivaldo Clark. When you look at those strong players who, for one reason or another, I think Eiffel had gone off to Trinidad, DePisa and Clark are part of the academy. In Antigua, and the fact that their reserves have stepped up, because just 2 seasons ago, 2024, the year in which your club Spartan got demoted, it was a dog battle at the very end with all sorts of permutations coming into the equation, and Gladiola managed to pip Spartan. I remember that last round game against UWA at the 3Ws Oval, when they were able to pick up a couple key points at the death, so to speak. That's history.
Cummins bowling to Andrea Marshall, not known for his batting. Andrea Marshall has been obviously reappointed and manager, the president of the Spartan Cricket Club. Congratulations to him. He continues to be a loyal servant. He's picked up a lot of wickets this season as well. Obviously played last year when Fusion Boutique Spartan were demoted, and he's playing a very crucial role in this year's elite division. So he's been around among the wickets. He's had a few good knocks as well with his as a left-hand batter, as this ball is full length, and he's just managed to squeeze it out. There's a big screen in front of me. Mardon Ben 122 not out from 173 balls. So at the end of that, Miguel Cummins 17 overs. He's bowled 17 overs and he's picked up 4 for 38. Fusion Boutique Spartan 240 for 9. They lead by 27 runs. 62 overs have been bowled. And Jim Marshall is yet to get off the mark. He faced 4 balls on Mardon Ben, the mainstay of the Fusion Boutique Spartans innings. He's 122 from 173 balls. So Spartan continue to soldier on. They finished last night only with a lead of 1 run, but they've continued to bat and stretch that lead, and they'll try somehow to eke out as many as possible with this last spear. If they can get up to a lead of 40, they're 27 at the moment. 40 would be a good lead, but as they say in cricket, a lead is a lead.
Yes, and as I mentioned to you earlier, Philo, psychologically, it's heading towards 12:30. The tea break is slated for 2:30, and if the innings comes to a close shortly, but they are able, Spartan, to get a few early wickets to put the home side on the pressure, who knows?
It's an expansive drive there from Mardon Ben, obviously down to extra cover. A dot ball, no run resulting. So clearly Mardon Ben is going to use the long handle. Strokes that one down to long off. Fielder comes off the boundary. So on a 3s and 4s ground for our viewers, this ground is not the traditional regular size cricket ground where you play 4s and 6s. So he stroked that ball down to long off and obviously declined yet another single. And he's been dropped by the man that's sitting mid off, diving to his left. Again, I like the control from Matthew Jones, Keith, and he's actually turning the ball, which is a good sign for Spartan. You know, so they have Andre Marshall, Shem Holder, they have Passad, Achilles Brown as well, does a little bowling, Stefan King. But from the spinning point of view, I think there's a good sign for Fusion Boutique Spartan. Matthew Jones clearly upset with the effort made by Ashley Nurse. Believe that if you put in a big effort, maybe you're taking that wicket as he jogs down to the keeper. Or he runs, he's looking at going into Mardon Ben's pocket, wants to know what he's batting with. You know, I think that some fun here, but it's just some byplay from Matthew Jones. Because his ball is a wonderful delivery, so he just wants to know, what are you batting with, a boogeyman in your pocket? As the player along on is playing with that pole, he has to be careful.
Looks like Stefan Griffith.
There are a lot of dreadlocks around in cricket now, Keith, aren't there?
He's the fastest bowler in the BCA Elite Division Championship at the moment.
Stefan Griffith.
That's right, and he's had his best season. Wickets column.
He bowls fast, 140 kilometers.
Genuinely quick.
140 Ks.
It's a matter sometimes of sustaining stamina.
Okay. So he bowls at 140 Ks.
Yeah, wrong there.
Okay. As you see the score sheet here for Fusion Boutique Spartan, Akeem Springer, the captain, he didn't get any runs. He got one ball actually. Akeem Greenwich 2. Teron Gibson, the wicketkeeper, he scored 21. And he's an emerging cricketer. They're trying their best, obviously, to make sure to get the best out of Teron Gibson. He's a very good gloveman. Keith, I rate him as the best keeper in Barbados. I've seen some other keepers as well, but when you look at control and technique and style, I think Teron Gibson, you know, he cuts it. And there are a number of other young wicketkeepers. You saw Clark here as well in this game. There's Rivaldo Clark. So there's quite a number. Well, the incumbent Nico Boucher. Has he been playing cricket locally, Keith Boucher?
Well, since the regional first class tournament, and Carrollton now still in the first division, trying to get back to the top division. He hasn't had a chance to be.
But on the first class cricket finished a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. This ball is a full length delivery, and Andre Marshall just strokes it nicely up to short extra cover. No run result, and the score remains on 240 for 9, Keith. But it's good to see Miguel Cummins, the former Barbados and West Indies fast bowler. He also had a stint in county cricket as well. Still coming out and playing local cricket at the elite level.
Indeed. This is only his second Elite Division game for the season, Miguel Cummins. Just bowled a matter of 9 overs in the.
And that is the end of the Spartan innings. And Jim Marshall, another short ball, trying to get his bat out of the way and feather the ball through to the keeper. So Cummins has picked up his 5th wicket, 5 for 38 from 17.2 overs. So Spartan has been bowled out on the 3rd day. 240 on the stroke of 12:30. 240 in 63.2 overs, a lead of 27. And you can see the umpire flexing his arm, saying that Super Blend Gladiola, they've asked to have the big roller placed on the pitch, obviously, to roll it for the 7 minutes it is, Keith?
Yeah, it's a 10-minute break.
And bowl for 7. So obviously they've asked for that heavy roller to try and nullify any moisture that is there. But what I think it will do it will also compact the surface a bit more. We'll see how it plays when Fusion Boutique Spartan comes to bowl a second time. Back here at Lucas Street, the players have come off the field from doing their warm-ups. They play a lot of handball now, Keith. You hardly see them stretching, but they play a lot of handball. The 2 umpires are just in front of us on the outfield, making their various notes. And the umpires have changed for today, innit, Keith?
Yes. Ayana Holder is unavailable today, and she has been replaced by Ernie Fields, who has been around for quite some time.
And the match referee has changed as well.
Yes, Winston Dorich for all season from an elite perspective and a couple games in the Super Cup. He's a resident of St. Philip, and he's been fortunate to do all of his games for the season in this parish. When the season started, and I was at Foursquare Oval for the game between Pickwick and BCA Youth, he was the match referee. Then when I was over here for the second round, Windward against Empire, I ran into Mr. Dorich again, and the question was asked, am I following you or vice versa? And then for the third round, at the Wayne Daniel Pavilion at Brighton, where BCA Youth opposed Gladiola, there he was again. So play is about to start here, virtually.
I don't know.
With Pickwick, yeah.
Yes, Philip, and looking like we are going to get started for today.
We're going to get some cricket. 75 for 4. Yes, I feel Pickwick. And a delayed start because of the wet conditions. But fortunately, that has improved. And well, we were told a 12:30 start. It's a bit past that, but who's going to argue over 2 or 3 minutes? The important thing is that we've got some cricket. And I'm sure that everyone will be happy. Of course, Pickwick will probably be happier than most because they believe that they're in a pretty strong position to push for full points. At least that was their belief yesterday, and I don't know if that has changed now with the loss of time today. Only time will tell.
Well, they are the ones in control at the moment, having put themselves in this very strong position when they picked up first innings points yesterday, and they would be the one more aggrieved with the rains, which first of all brought an early end to proceedings yesterday, and now the conditions have meant a late start, so all the time lost, Pickwick would be the team feeling that they are the ones who have been disadvantaged, to put it that way.
Well, yes, and it'll be interesting to see the approach. The approach yesterday seemed to be quite clear. So that's the type of start that they would have wanted, a boundary early in the fray. But yes, we'll see what the approach will be. Yesterday they came out, you can almost say helter-skelter, Yvonne Grant leading the way. And it was somewhat disappointing purely from a cricketing perspective, nothing to do with the desire for one team or the other to win. But a young man who, we know is so talented, and you kind of felt that it could easily happen, where in the end, maybe giving his wicket away, I think he accepted that as well. And the 22 off 19 balls, but falling well short of really what might have been had he really dug in.
Yes, basically a bit overly aggressive. The approach was one where, yes, we are ahead. We are going to look to push on and get some runs as quickly as we can. But I didn't think that necessarily meant that you threw all caution to the wind. And the field was set. The fielder had been set back at long off. And there he was trying to clear the boundary in that area. A very good catch taken too. I must commend, I think Jaden Roberts, it was a very well judged catch. And Grant suffering.
But yeah, I saw him take a lovely catch in the previous game as well. This one he ended up very low down. That one he had to time his leap, and he came up with a very good catch at a critical time. It was the 9th wicket as well, and they just needed one more wicket at that point to win. But bad light got in the way, and that was the end of that. So clearly a guy who is a good all-round cricketer. And so Grant not only maybe shot selection, but he picked out the wrong fielder too.
Wrong fielder too, yes. Good mover, young Roberts. So here we're seeing now the off spinner, Kamari Griffith. Has had a lot of work in this game, young Griffith.
Well, he's a workhorse in the team, clearly. And workhorse and also, well, impact bowler as well, in the sense that he took the new ball in both innings. And usually when you see a spinner taking a new ball, other than in a white ball game where it's almost customary to have one of the spinners bowl early, it's usually a situation where the pitch is offering some support to the spin bowlers. But from day one, we saw Kamari Griffith with the new ball, and again in the second inning. So that's obviously a tactic that goes beyond the conditions.
Yes, well, some 20 overs in that first innings. He would have sent down already. He bowls 7th now into his 8th over. And there seems to be the cog around which the Windward bowling spins more or less.
And of course, no intentional play on the word spin.
I should say turn, and that makes it worse. But yes, young Griffith, interesting player though, Philip. I recall seeing him for the first time, I think, last season during the trials for the under-19 and the preparations for the national under-19 side. And even then, he did impress.
Yes, actually, in the previous match, he was off the field for a bit in the final session. I think that really made a big difference between Windward not being able to complete that victory.
He has so far done very well in this competition. Picking up.
So you've had a couple of overs now completed, and after resuming on 75 for 4, up now to 82 without further loss, a lead of 143. And what do you think would be a good target for Pickwick? What do you think they're looking to, how are they thinking in terms of a target that they may want to set, given that tea is scheduled for 2:30, so you've got just under 2 hours before tea, And I would think that if you seriously looking to push for a win, that you would want to have the Windward side in before the break and maybe pick up a wicket or two.
Well, with the 12:30 start, I think the allotted number of overs left would be 60. And I think they would also be looking at how many overs they will require. They think they would require to get through the Windward batting side.
I think they're going to also consider the time, because realistically, how often do you really get through the overs that you expect in a day? But you can pretty well predict with some degree of certainty. Well, this is assuming that the rain doesn't come and stop the cricket. You have a fair idea as to when the light is likely to go. So I would think they should put time into the calculation as well.
Yes, very much so. And presently, a lead of some 143.
Yeah.
143. I don't think they would want to offer Windward anything less than 200 for sure. I think maybe on this side of securing themselves, I would suggest about a 230. 230 would be a safe bet.
That's a good compromise. I was thinking 250 would be ideal, but you probably got to compromise. You see, the thing is, if they were playing a team, if Pickwick and looking to win, if they were playing a team, let's say that was way ahead in the championship, then it might not matter so much in the sense that if you lose, well, that victory may not impact you as much. But you're playing a team that, like yourself, is fighting to get out of the relegation zone, so you don't want to give them any advantage. So if Pickwick in trying to win here, if they lose, that would be a catastrophe, really. So I don't expect that they will take too many chances in terms of setting the target. I think they'll play relatively safe.
Pickwick generally not a very adventurous team. Not one of the more adventurous teams that you would come across on the local scene.
That's also true. So when you couple those two factors, who knows what may happen.
Then you may have to look at the Pickwick bowling, what they have on offer. We saw the Pacers and the medium Pacers do the brunt of the work in their first innings in good batting conditions, but not really possessing that impact player, that impact bowler, let it be spin or pace.
Well, that's quite right. I guess, every time I have to pause before you say it every time, but Best is probably the impact bowler in the side, in a sense, based on what we saw in the first innings.
Well, yeah,
this is not to take anything away from Jared Jokes, who, by his own admission, is more concerned with line and length, and we had a long chat with him yesterday on the stream, and that was quite informative, quite a good interview. Jataria Prescott, the youngster, Zandre Baptiste, also fairly inexperienced. Then the veteran, Rashid Edwin. So not the type of attack necessarily that includes a bowler like, let's say, Wildy could look to a Jones or Currency or even an O'Neill. Then there's Dadiola who can look to a Matthew Jones, and then there's also a Jaden Lord. You have Eiffel, you have Griffith, and then the other spinner, I'm missing out one of the spinners.
The captain.
Well, I mentioned Jones. But the point is, they have a number of bowlers, any of whom on a given day can pick up, you expect to pick up 3, 4, 5 wickets. So they would always back themselves for an outright win. You go to a team like Empire, you've got a Kamari Boyce, you've got a Jamel Warwick, and so many of the teams have these bowlers who you can identify a bowler or two who is likely to pick up a 3, 4, or 5 wicket haul at some point. Looking at the Pickwick lineup, you're not necessarily, this particular lineup is not necessarily jumping out at you. Yes, Tino Best is still an impact bowler, but how many overs is he likely to bowl? He's going to bowl at top pace throughout. And even at 44 years old, going on 45, he still has some pace. In fact, I took the ball. I was bold enough to say that he's probably the fastest bowler in Barbados at 44.
I know for sure he thinks so.
Well, what I would say is, if he's not, then I would like somebody to show me who is. You know, and I'm an measuring pace here too with the ability to get the ball somewhere near the stumps, because others may call some names of bowlers who may be faster, but if you're fast and the ball isn't anywhere near the stumps or near the batsman, well then I to my mind that doesn't really count, because you're not a threat to anyone.
Nonetheless, right? This is quite the approach here, quite interesting approach here by the overnight pair here for Pickwick.
Well, it started as though there was a clear plan to be positive, but that they haven't continued in that way. So.
Well, I think they have been positive in the form of they've been looking to rotate the strike, looking to get the ball into the gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Not positive in the sense of looking for the big shots, looking to go over the top, and it was being rather risk averse, let's call it.
I like that term. But there again, there's a reason why you were called Mr. Loquacious.
85 for 4 after 18. Another good over from young Kamari Griffith. He continues to wheel away. Tall, not the traditional tall off spinner. In a West Indian context, we've gotten kind of spoiled by these tall, wary figures, the Lance Gibbs, the Albert Padmores, the Lawrence Maxwells, those types of players, these long, stringy persons with long fingers wrapping around the ball. Griffith a lot more sturdily built for as a tall player. But I think I've been watching it from my observation. He tends to, I think he defeats the batsman a lot with his changes of pace. He's got some very subtle changes of pace and some variations as far as his flight is concerned. But I think the change of pace is one of his main attributes, or changes of pace, I should say.
In fairness to Pickwick, though, we were talking about impact bowlers and so on, and Pickwick is without a couple of players because of various reasons, including the UE inter-campus games. And Rondre Yearwood, who would normally be in the team, not playing in this game. And he's the type of bowler, he's been having a pretty good season. He's the type of bowler who you look to at this domestic level to pick up a bundle of wickets, so to speak.
Well, yes, Rondre actually not only the leading bowler for Pickwick, but among one of the leading bowlers in the entire competition. Yep. And he offers that left-hand variety, that taking the ball away from the right-handed batsman, which is always that is generally seen as more threatening. And he has been continuing to develop over the seasons. I think now you can call him a seasoned campaigner.
Yes, so they'll be missing him, his influence, and that would factor in either directly or indirectly to a decision to offer a target to Windward, because with Rondre Yearwood in the team, you can usually punch in 2 wickets for him before he brings over his hand, and then it's a matter of how many more.
Oh, yes, because as we were mentioning Griffith as that main cog in the Windward wheel, I think the same can be said, or even more so, of Rondre Yearwood in the Pickwick setup.
Quite true. So you've got to play with who you've got, and in this particular lineup, I don't think they'll be taking too many chances. As I said, Edwin, the veteran off spinner, Andre Baptiste, still pretty much in the learning stage, if you will, coming across from the
yes, because you would notice that both Edwin and Jilts are not regulars in the Elite Division team for Pickwick these days.
Yes.
These are stalwarts who have done yeoman service for this club over the years, and they would come in situations like these where you have key players missing.
Yes.
And fill a spot, and because of their experience, they have the know-how, to adapt and be able to wend their way So we saw Jilts. Nothing pretentious about him, just an ordinary looking medium pace.
Yep.
Just nothing exceptional, but just there or thereabouts. And created some mayhem at points in the Windward first innings.
Yes, we had a chat with him yesterday, as I said, and I had to smile when we were talking. I engaged him on the whole idea of fast bowlers to get his views on why is it that we seem to be going through a period in Barbados where we're not producing fast bowlers, and he shared his thoughts on that. But at one point, he said, well, I'm 37 years old, so why would I try to bowl fast virtually? I thought it was the way he put it, and it wasn't necessarily suggesting that he should be bowling faster, but it just came out naturally out of this discussion that we had, and he shared the views on what the fast bowlers would need to do. I think Philo Wallace, who was in just before him, and made the point that bowling fast is an attitude, and that was something that Jilts also picked up on and went a bit further with some of the technical requirements for to get to bowl fast. And it was very interesting, very insightful to hear from the practitioners, so to speak.
Jilts has never been one to be express over the years. He's never been an express fast bowler as such. Actually, he's always seen, I believe he's seen himself more as a batting all-rounder, but a genuine all-rounder who is basically equally effective in either facet. Yeah. But because of the developing certain skills, I think you and I would have had a discussion sometime recently about aggression.
Yes.
And I see Jared Jilts as one of those medium pacers, but an aggressive medium pace bowler. Not content to just run up a whole line and length and keep batsmen quiet. Always looking to create something. Always looking to attack the batters.
And aggression can manifest itself in many ways. There's the body language part of it, and nobody does that more obviously than the Tino best. But then there's also aggression without, let's say, the physical part of it, by simply pressuring the batsman, by putting the ball where you keep the batsman constantly under pressure, as opposed to what we see so often with some of the fast bowlers, where you have 2 or 3 balls that attract the batsman's attention. One may beat him, and then the keeper is sprawled out down the leg side. He's taking the ball in front of the slips. That's not aggression. That you're wasting the ball, so the batsman has time to recover, and he's not under pressure. So that's another aspect of aggression, where you keep the batsman under pressure all the time. As I said, there are different types of aggression, and I think they're all lacking in our fast bowlers.
We see young Griffith here keeping the batsman in check.
Yeah.
Keeping the scoring down to within reasonable proportions. The overnight pair here for Pickwick, not being able to break loose and really push the scoring on. We see Jarian Hoyt bowling from the northern end, and he has been playing more of that holding role. We haven't seen that probing search for the wicket. We haven't seen him, let's say, go to the short ball, for instance, and look to induce the batsman into playing the hook shot. It's just been a matter of length, line, keep it tight. And I think that we talked about the Pickwick approach, but we didn't actually give a thought to how Windward may want to approach this first session.
Well, we get in there. Yeah, just 5 overs and 2 balls. Bowl I make it today, and 14 runs added. So that's some indication as to the progress or lack thereof. But yes, the Windward perspective, how do you see it?
Well, yes, Windward, I don't see that they see a lot in this game for themselves. It would call for something really magical to happen for them to roll over the Pickwick batting lineup and still have enough time to get whatever runs may be offered. So I think that they have settled themselves into the understanding that there really isn't a lot left in this game for them. So the best way to go about it is to take the cautious route. Keep Pickwick out there, keep Pickwick batting for as long as possible, and create less pressure for themselves.
Well, I look at it this way: Windward with very little to gain, but a lot to possibly lose. Because if they lose this game, it means that a team that is just separated from by about 3 points or so, 3-4 points, would jump ahead of them, and then that would leave them, virtually in the relegation zone almost by themselves, or at least certainly that would be one team that is moving towards safety. So they will want to, if they can't win for themselves, they will want to keep Pickwick close to them so that at least they wouldn't end up in a similar situation to the two football teams that are so famous in English football, and both fighting to save relegation on the last day, West Ham and
The great
and
Tottenham
Spurs.
Hotspur.
Yes, and actually, Tottenham leading Everton 1-0 with 8-9 minutes gone. West Ham also leading, and they're almost at the end of their game as well. But the only thing that can save West Ham really would be for Tottenham to lose.
Or at least for the Everton to score.
If Everton score, speaking off the top of my head, I think that puts them even. And Spurs
Still
is ahead on goal difference.
Okay.
So
West Ham hoping.
well, whatever's going to happen, we'll know within 5 minutes.
It's going to happen quickly.
Within
Yes,
5
it
minutes.
almost seems a travesty, though, to the prospect of Spurs going down from the Premier League. We've almost taken it for granted that Spurs will be one of the shareholders at that level in the English Premier League. Just having invested, I think something like $1 billion in their new stadium. To see $1 billion stadium playing in the second tier English football would almost be a travesty.
Well, it's taught me a lesson because as a big Spurs fan, I don't know if you are as well, but a big Spurs fan going back the days of Gareth Brooks, etc. I sometimes get annoyed that they finish in the top 5-6 usually, but always threaten early on to press for championship and then fade away. Now that I know how close it is, what the feeling of possible relegation is like, I don't think that if they survive, I don't think I'll be too concerned about a 5th or 6th finish again.
Well, we got it up to 90 for 4, another one of those uneventful overs from Jarian Hoyt. And it seems as if we have our work cut out this afternoon to probably describe a game that is going to be very, very... What's the word I'm looking for?
Boring?
Not necessarily. I don't want to use the word boring.
I know you didn't. I was using it for you. No, I don't think it's going to be boring at any stage, actually, because you've got young cricketers.
I was going to
here.
say pedestrian.
Pedestrian, yes. But there's always something in the cricket that you can look for and that you can find. So I don't think we'll get to that point at all. Just a quick word on the football before we leave it, though. Thierry Gale, the Barbadian, I think his team won today and should be promoted as far as into the
was
next
wondering
league.
about that.
They're in League One, and I think that takes them into the championship. Yeah, so
yes,
that's a plus.
Well,
And Hull City, no Beijing connections there that I'm aware of, but Hull City, they earned that qualification into the Premiership yesterday.
I was paying some attention to that yesterday too.
Yeah.
And I was also wondering about the situation with Thierry Gale.
Yes, when last I checked, I think they won 4-1 today. I think I saw that earlier. And they will be promoted. So that's good.
Well, yes, very, very good on his part. And we will look forward to the young man as we see the Barbadian getting a foot in, if we may pardon the pun, at the highest level in the football circles.
And the important thing about those such things is that not only for the particular player, but you tend to believe that it opens the door, for others.
You see, because I see Gale, for instance, as a homegrown player who we have been able to produce. That has always been the challenge over the years, is to produce players from home. We know of Barbadians who have had some impact at that highest level, but a lot of times, as you see, this one seems to have gone aerial, and the reaction of the bowler, I think that tells it all, Philip.
Yes, he's looking to the heavens, he's looking wherever. Now he has his hand on his knees, he's in distress. So certainly not the sort of outcome that he wanted.
Well, the first time we've seen young Ford open his shoulders, and with the field still fairly deep set on, I think maybe a lapse of concentration on the part of the young man, or maybe just needing to score, just wanting to score after being kept in check for so long, looking to go big, and whatever happened out there in the outfield, I think Windward would be left to rule.
Well, he's got 6 off 24 balls, so one can understand why his patience may have run out.
You talk about pedestrian, you talk about the game not really creating a whole heap of excitement, but one can easily, from my perspective as a connoisseur, actually enjoy the approach of a Kyle Hope, for instance. I thought in the first innings he was quite calm, quite composed, showing, demonstrating the experience that he would have accumulated over the years. And here he is in this innings again, looking quite unperturbed, just unflustered in the way he goes about his batting. And I can speaking to one of the umpires, who made the point to me that Kyle Hope actually told the Windward players, my hand is too expensive for you all to buy.
Well, for his sake, let's hope he lives up to it, or they'll never let him forget it.
But what he was saying is that there's nothing you can tempt me with. I'm batting here. The conditions are good. I am in control of the situation. I don't need to do anything extraordinary, and take a foolish risk. I think that is the point that he was trying to make to them.
Yes.
So,
you got to work for it if you want it.
If you want it. And I mean, I actually enjoyed his approach, just stroking the ball up and down the pitch, waiting for the bad ball, the ranked bad ball to put away. And obviously he's the glue holding this Pickwick team together
he is.
When they bat.
Lead now of 153, so not really making a whole lot of progress. And if you suggest, let's say, that they're playing themselves in, well, then we've had, just over half an hour's play now. And one would think that if there's a plan to have a go at Windward later today, that we can expect to see an increase in the scoring rate over the next half an hour. So if we don't, well, then it would suggest that both teams have decided that there's only one possible outcome, and that's
I'm willing to bet. I am willing to bet on a Pickwick declaration at some point this afternoon, though, Philip. I don't think that they're going to just play out as a dull draw as such. I think Pickwick will have to give themselves a go at Windward sometime in the afternoon. I think they may very well have a target in mind, and as you mentioned at the start, but have given themselves the time they think they will need to get Pickwick out a second time. It's not going to be easy, and I still expect the game to finish in a draw. But I'm just trying to think
what will be going through their minds.
What will be going through.
Well, if they're still batting at T, I think a draw would be I would be heavily favored on a draw. Deceived somewhat there by that delivery, but in the end, still a run. Philo Wallace and Keith Holder, I almost said the famous duo. There's got to be a better word than famous. But two good old buddies, and they're standing by to replace us.
Two treasures in local.
Two treasures in local, yeah. But there's also the partnership that I'm getting at as well. They go way back.
Partners in profit.
Yes. So they will come in at the start of the next over, at least at the end of this one.
Who we've got coming for the Pickwick side, of course, there is Jared Gills, very aggressive, bold striker of the ball, I think. And if there's going to be any declaration in mind, I think he will be a key component in their general approach. We still got, they've already, Tino Best, no slouch with the bat either. He doesn't, as they say, play forward at a lot of deliveries. Ever.
I think Tino Best only knows one way to play cricket, whether he's batting or bowling.
And a young man too, Philip, Jatario Prescott.
Yes.
Had a very impressive outing with the Barbados under 19 team a couple seasons ago. He's suffering a bit with some injury of late, but I think he's also another interesting player who has a lot to offer, and I look forward to see his career progress.
Fair enough. But well, for the next half hour or so, it will be Phil Wallace and Keith Holder to share their thoughts and to take you through the action out in the middle.
Lead 154, 93 for 4.
Good afternoon, Keith. I saw you this morning. I'm seeing you in the afternoon. Carl Hope is there, knotted on 28 from 48 balls. Ford is 7 from 28. Did 93 for 4. No real urgency in ESAF Pickwick scoring. We see now 14 off, getting some lift from the off spinner and hitting it clean over long on down to the boundary. For 4. So a good shot there by Ford, showing some intent to score. You just don't want this game to meander along. Pickwick, they've secured 10 points, as you said earlier, that would not be taken away from them. So they should be the ones to be trying to push, try to get the Sagicor Windward side on to bat and look to see if they can force a win. The lead is 158. As Keith Fuller tries to open his laptop, his textbook. I don't see a pen, maybe he writes with his fingernails. But Griffith continues to operate from the southern end. He seems to own that end, Keith. He bowls the new ball from the southern end. He's bowling since yesterday from that end. He hardly goes to the northern end to bowl. It's still overcast, but there's a nice breeze there at Lucas Street. I think there's rally on today as well, because we saw some very fast rally cars going along the road. Maybe going up to Bushy Park as well. We want to wish all the rally drivers and the spectators a very good day and safety as well. Hope there are no injuries as this ball from the off spinner. Griffith is just stuck into the leg side. No run resulting. There's Lewis, the leg spinner. He's there just a backward square. So the off spinner, Komari Griffith, continues to operate from that sudden, and he's into his 12th over. And again, he loops the ball and 4 goes, uses the aerial route. And this time, he clears long off quite easily with on the signal from the umpire. And it's gone for 6. Because we're in the pavilion here at Lucas Street. We're not on the outside like we were for the first 2 days, where we could actually get an entire view of the ground. So we are kind of blocked off here in this pavilion. So we have to wait on the umpires to make decisions, because we can only see, as we sit here, Keith, we're looking directly onto the pitch, where we can see the main 30-yard circle. We can't see beyond that.
You're correct, Philo, but that was a good stroke. There's need for urgency, as far as I'm concerned, on the part of Pickwick. We debated it in our first stint in relation to the fact that the 10 points already attained cannot be taken away. So then to seek a further 9 points with an outright win, vital for Pickwick to make sure that they move further up the table as we approach mid-season.
Yeah, it's important to obviously maximize your points. Because as you realize today, once the rain sets in, there are going to be problems for most of the games to start on time. I even play because of the lack of covering and the run-ups of most grounds in Barbados. So it's important for ESAF Pickwick to just try to make a game of it. They lead by 164 runs. Kyle Hope is still there. He's knotted on 28. He'll be facing Gerard Hoyt. This ball is just driven nicely up to mid-off. No run. Hoyt steady. Looks good. Biomechanics look really good, Keith. But when you look at his wickets column for the kind of skills that he possesses, he doesn't really pick up the wickets that you're looking for.
No, I have looked at his figures over the years, especially after he went to a youth World Cup representing the West Indies a few seasons back. Then he was at Empire. I was taken a bit by surprise when he left Bank Hall, but with the opportunity to still play at the top division with the promotion of Windward last year, he took the opportunity, and in the absence of Tennyson Roach Jr., he led the side in the first 3 rounds. You focus here on Kyle Hope, and I think it must be told and as a reminder that in the modern era of BCA top division championships, especially in the very first year that the promotion and demotion started, when the number of teams 16 was a record with each team playing the other. So 15 rounds, that's extremely long, Philo. And it seemed like eternity before the season ended. And in relation to that, Kyle Hope established a record which I don't think will be broken in your lifetime and my lifetime now, if the team is back down to a certain number of 10 from 2012 when they renamed it the Elite Division. But back in 2009, Kyle Hope amassed 1,194 runs with 5 centuries and 3 half centuries, a highest of 185 when he averaged 66.33. That's rather phenomenal. And he showed his consistency thereafter. For instance, in 2010, he got 883 runs, averaging 51.94. And he played then in 13 games. He's one of those players, once Pickwick got demoted, that was significant. But what I applaud him for is that the season before the promotion and demotion started, when the tournament was split in zones, he got over 500 runs. So in 4 consecutive seasons, he passed 500 with 536, averaging 44.67 in 2008. His vast experience vital to Pickwick.
I saw it in and bowls and 4, just whips this ball. And he picks out Jordan, who only bowled 1 over yesterday and is struggling to get up. He's at a backward square, right? He's moved now to forward square to the left of the umpire. He's holding that right knee. But there's always a little problem, a little niggle with Jaden Roberts, Keith. One would say he's brittle.
Yes, likes to chat. If you ever had the opportunity to talk with him about
I
his
have,
game, you know, sometimes a player feels hard done with figures, but consistency is also key.
4 advances down the pitch, but again, the good line and length from Hoyt. He only manages to push it up to extra cover. No run resulting at the end of that over. Pickwick, they remain on 105 for 4. Kyle Hope is on 29 from 50 deliveries, and Fortis is moved up to 22 from I think it's about 39, 40 deliveries. But you're speaking about Kyle Hope. Keep the lead by ESAF Pickwick is 66 runs. Heard being hold on for the Hackett speaking about a declaration. If Pickwick is supposed to make anything of this game, a declaration will be in their thoughts. But Kyle Hope, you have to commend him, Keith. He's been through the thick and thin with Pickwick Club. He's been away in Trinidad as well playing, because he played first class cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. He had the opportunity to represent West Indies at the highest level. And he's come back to Pickwick, and he's dedicated himself to playing for the club and helping the club. I want to say congratulations to the new president of Pickwick Cricket Club in Rondell Yearwood, another stalwart, one who's been there from the time they were at Kensington over. Now they're moved to Forest Square, and he's still there now. He's being elevated to the president. I wish him all the very best.
And he's saying that, giving thanks to the reign of Ian Brown.
Yes,
whom he
Mr. Brown.
succeeded.
Yes.
Mr. Brown was cricketing in his own right when he was at the law school.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about Rondell Yearwood, his sole first class game was right here at Lucas Street as well, back in time.
Yes, you like to go back in time.
Yes, because sometimes we call names and we don't link them with achievements. The bottom line is that he can boast to his children and grandchildren. He can say to Rondre, I played first class cricket, you are yet to do it.
Yes, so there's something for you to achieve. As we see
Talking
now.
about his son Rondre,
Mhm.
I think he is somewhat of a special left arm spinner. He's not like the traditional orthodox guy. I think he flights more, he does a bit more with the ball. I don't know how much you've seen of him. But already for the season, he's missing this game because of the UWA games in Trinidad. But he's had 2 5-wicket hauls. So teams sometimes at full strength, and then they have to, for one reason or another, have players missing out.
Yes, that's a sweep shot there from Ford. Rico Wiggins have replaced Griffith from the southern end. Short in stature, Rico Wiggins, so you would expect to get a lot of bounce. For this time, employing the sweep and getting the ball down behind square, where Lewis had to chase from forward square and picked up 2 runs. So the total moves up to 108 for 4, and that lead continues to improve. Hope is on 31. Ford is on 9. And say good afternoon to my very good work colleague, Mr. Orlando Green, a match referee in his own right.
And he is a match referee with an excellent reputation. I can always assure you, Philo, especially if I go to the 3Ws Oval or any venue that he's match refereeing, he says to me, just relax when it comes up to lunchtime. He goes and he gets your lunch for you. He's the only match referee who I know extends such courtesies.
But not only that, Keith, on Fridays where I work, we have a domino line.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Greenwich always called and said, there's something for you. And when you go downstairs to the first floor, there is something for you. I just want to say thank you. He supplied us with a bag of goodies here, Keith, and I hope that you will enjoy it.
On a Sunday.
Yeah, very special day on Sunday. It's a short ball there by Wiggins, and Ford employing they're going to hit the ball into the mid-wicket area. And the fielder at deep mid-wicket making a mess of what was a simple catch. And he dropped the ball, so Ford lived to see another day. Pickwick continue on their merry way. They're still 4 wickets down. But if he had taken that catch, that would have been 5 wickets. So a bad miss. The lead is up to 170. And how expensive would that miss be by the Windward cricket team? A poor execution of taking a catch rather than from the mid-wicket boundary. Because the wind blows from east to west here. So if you're hitting to the east, you have to hit the ball with a lot of power, and you have to time it as well. Clearly, Ford did not do that, and the field at the deep mid-wicket boundary, coming off the boundary, spilled what would have been a relatively easy catch.
Yes. So the lead now, Philo, overall is 170 at 109 for Ford.
We started at 12:30, which is an hour loss.
Precisely. T is slated for 230. You look at the number of overs barring rain, which are expected to be bowled for the rest of this game. And I don't want to say, look, it's a case of safety. For me, you now are in a position to dictate. So what is going through the minds of the captain, Rohan Ryan, as well as the coach, Andrew Emptage, and a senior guy like Tino Best?
Well, and a senior batter in Cat Hope, who's at the crease. Very good question, Keith. If I was involved with ESAF Fields Pickwick cricket, I'd be looking to declare at 2 o'clock.
Yes, you have to be ambitious. You have to tell yourself, look, let's throw the challenge, because at the same time, Windward, desperately needing points, must say to themselves, we will accept this challenge and back ourselves to make it exciting. You know, back in the day when there was no promotion and demotion, a team like Pickwick had a reputation for playing thorough cricket.
Yeah, safety. They always go safe. But this is the opportunity for Pickwick also to test their bowlers. That ball is short and bang. By Can't Hope down to deep mid wicket. There is some protection there. As I said, we are marooned where we are. We can't see that area of the field. And obviously pick up a single. But a good song from the bat. And this is a leg spinner who's been obviously replacing Hoyt from the southern end. And yet again, Keith, you see the off spinner the leg spinner from the northern end, and the off spinner Wiggins is bowling from the southern end. Where in my day it was reverse. A loud appeal to be given out LBW. Ford coming forward to a ball that was pitched full length from the leg spinner Lewis, hit on the pad, and the umpire raised that dreaded index finger. Pickwick lost their 5th wicket, and the Windward finally broke this stand for. There's been LBW to leg spinner Lewis for 20. He's faced 43 balls, and Pickwick there 108 for 5.
Yes, if we look at the replay again, that looked like a straight one that he missed, and he was just tentatively pushing forward. Would have struck, I guess, around middle or so.
Good decision by the umpire. Ford didn't even, once he saw the index swing, he just turned and walked away. But a good wicket for Windward, and Pickwick obviously have lost their 5th. Now we're going to see young Batiste. His mother is the principal of Ellerslie School. She went to school with me. We also live in the same area where we were younger. And now obviously she'll be watching her son on this live stream to see how well he continues to develop his cricket. Also played for the Barbados youth.
Yeah.
Under the guidance of Dexter Toppin. And on the screen we are seeing Signia Financial Barbados youth being dismissed. That looks like the batter is being out. The end of the game has come to a completion, so they've been bowled out for 197. And Kemar Smith would have picked up his 4th wicket, it seems like, for 75 runs. Justin Parris left not out on 60. Another good prospect, Keith. He's the son of Jason Parris, former Barbados youth team and senior batter. Also a product of Ellerslie School, now as it's called. It was called Ellerslie Secondary. And back here at Lucas Street, we're going to see Batiste taking facing his first ball from the leg spinner, Maxwell Lewis, who striking it in his first ball, in his first over from the southern end. Batiste being a left-handed batter and bowls off breaks. That ball is just tucked nicely into the leg side and clearly just trotting through for a single. No urgency at all from Kyle Hope, who is signaling to the pavilion now. Maybe he wants a change of bat, maybe something to drink, maybe some kind of energy drink. Captain Rand is jogging out with it to maybe just do a reassessment of where they're at in this game and try to maybe make a move on. But again, Pickwick now move up to 111 for 5. The lead is 172. A good lead, one would think, against a Windward team that has struggled in this Elite Division, this 2026 BCA Elite Division. Windward has struggled this year. This is their 4th game at home. And obviously they haven't come to terms at all with home conditions. That's Keith Fuller marks in his book. You were ever a school teacher, Keith?
No.
You were ever a teacher?
No.
And you're hearing the noise of those fast rally carriers heading up to Bushy Park, Keith. Are you a rally fan?
Back in the 70s, when I was a schoolboy, I used to go to Paragon in Christchurch in the days of Mike Gill et al. That was fun for me then.
It was fun for you then. Okay.
Yeah.
I like rallying, but I don't drive fast. I like the bike that I think I saw in the media. Micey Manning is back. I like Roger Skeet. He was the champion for a long time.
Oh, he's been a guru.
Oh yeah, Roger the Ninja Hill. Mm-hmm. I know a few. No, so it's good to see that the rallying continues to be, one of the popular sports in Barbados. As we see the score sheet here, the scorecard for Pickwick. So it's Wiggins, the off spinner, to bowl to Batiste, the left-handed batter. Just punches into the backward point, no run resulting, but good tight bowling from the Windward bowlers. They have not allowed the ESAF batters to take control.
With a Nelson on the scoreboard, 111 for 5.
Yes, and David Shepard has died some years ago. He'll be jumping up and down if he was here. But again, another short ball, cut, but no run resulting. So they continue to apply the pressure, the Windward bowlers. Ball is short from Batiste to the left of backward point. Lewis moving from backward point to his left, picking up the ball, no run resulting. So a good contest here, Keith, between bat and ball. Wiggins not giving anything away. This ball is cut in the air, down to backward point. They'll be looking for one, coming back for the second. Yes, they will. And quite easily. Good work from Lewis, but very good running between Hope and Batiste.
I was thinking that if the intention of Pickwick was to seek quick runs, that then a blow like Gerard Jilts should have been well ahead of Baptiste, because he opens his shoulders, he can give the ball a good club. So to me, they're still playing it textbook style, a kind of traditional way on the safe side.
Well, last week when Batiste came in, Keith, he played some handsome shots. He took the attack to
He got 30 from 32 balls.
The Sagicor bowlers. But we know that Gerard, who's on our screen, Gerard Jilts, is quite a good hitter of the cricket ball. Very experienced. He bowled well in the first, in ESAF Pickwick first innings. He picked up some 4 wickets. And yes, if they were thinking that way, they'll be obviously looking to send him. But maybe they have their plans. We don't know clearly what ESAF Pickwick's plans are in relation to this game. But I think at some stage during the passage of play, you will see them take the field and look to maybe beat the Windward team, set them a target, and then look to bowl them out under that target. Short ball from the leg spinner. Hope just goes back onto his stumps and punches it quite nicely down to long on, and just truck through for a very easy single. So Pickwick continues to, they're not marching, they're just easing themselves into a safety zone, one would say. The leaders now move up to 171, and Pickwick
175.
175, sorry, and Pickwick 114 for 5. My glasses need cleaning. If you wear glasses?
No. So
Stroke nicely from Batiste up to mid-off. Again, that's what Safeguard is there. What do you take of Safeguard, Keith, as a batter?
well, I like him. He occupies the crease. He is a textbook style player. Moved here to Windward last season.
It's dropped a slip.
And put down after being at Wanderers, where he actually got his first Elite Division century. And then when he came here, he was the first batsman by mid-season to pass 500 runs. That was a significant feat, but his form declined in the latter half of the season.
Yes, I saw a drive. Batiste looking to drive, had a full-length delivery ball, taking the outside edge, and Captain Tennyson Rhodes Jr. spill a very easy opportunity.
Yes, he didn't ride with the ball. He belatedly, to me, saw it and then more or less made a snatch of it. It was low.
And as a former keeper, you would know what riding with the ball is.
Yes.
Marcelo's a flight delivery and just driven sweetly down to long off, moving to his left. Looks like Passard down there getting an easy single. Kai Hope continues to show his class at this level, Keith. Very easy on the eye, and obviously a very important player for the ESAF Pickwick team.
He's a philosopher, and if you ever got into conversation with him, the theories which he tends to go by sometimes, he makes you listen and then try to work out sometimes where he's coming from.
Sweep shot there from Batiste from the leg spinner, pitching Bali outside the line of leg side with the left-handed Batiste. They're sweeping it quite nicely, beating the man up short backward square down to the boundary for 4. Welcome boundary for ESAF Pickwick. You heard the applause of the players, obviously knowing the importance of that boundary.
That was well executed. Good confident stroke from Batiste. He's a good all-round cricketer.
Looks strong too, Q.
Indeed.
His mother's Barbadian. His father is Grenadian.
Well, I heard you a couple of minutes ago saying that his mom was at school with you at Ellerslie. Did I get it right?
Yes, yeah, she was. You don't believe me?
I believe you.
Yeah,
so
you can call her on Tuesday. She'll answer the phone. You're a naughty guy, Keith, aren't you? At the end of that over from Max and Lewis, I think the players are going to ask for a welcome refreshment. ESAF peak right there, 120 for 5. Obviously, Kyle Hope is now out on 33 from 55 balls, and Young Batiste is 8 from 11. Maxwell Lewis has picked up 1 wicket for 10 runs. He's only bowled 2 overs, and the lead for ESAF Pickwick now has moved up to 181.
So let's work it out, Philo. Having lost 1 hour's play, we've had 1 hour. 1 hour remains before the tea break. At this rate, with an overall lead of 181, I am on the same page as you. The captain, Rohan Rain, has gone out onto the field with a pair of gloves. No doubt we'll have some instructions for his batsmen at the crease, Kyle Hope and Zondre Baptiste. So if by, say, roughly 2 o'clock, they can add another 40 runs, taking it to around 220, and make a declaration psychologically, allowing the home side about 15-20 minutes batting before the tea break. You must be mindful of the number of overs remaining as well. And I think that would be a relatively good challenge. You have to back yourself, bearing in mind that the victory achieved, which was always on the cards comprehensively, by an innings for YMPC over BCA Youth at the Wayne Daniel Pavilion at Brighton with the maximum 20 points. YMPC,
now moved to
who
48.
were in 8th position, have now jumped up to 48. That's a big move.
Yes.
And as the season goes on, although it has been relatively dry, you still have to bear in mind that this is a straight season that will be over by August. And every side opposing BCA Youth clearly looking to take advantage. This is now the 4th defeat for BCA Youth.
I want to comment on BCA Youth because they've changed the coach. It was Sherwin Campbell, now it's Robin Paris. And I don't know how significant a change is that, but clearly you're seeing that the intensity of the cricket has dropped. And it's something that the Barbers Cricket Association needs to address, because it is not right to have a BCA under 19 team playing elite cricket and they are being beaten left, right, and center. We want to see a more competitive BCA under 19 team in the elite competition. It's not fair for the young cricketers to every weekend turning up and they're becoming the whipping boys. So I think that something has to happen. Conversations needs to be had with the relative authorities and the people in charge of that squad to find a sense of what is going on and what is needed to help those boys to improve their games on Saturdays. Because this Signia Finance Barbados youth team, they're the guys who you're looking at to represent Barbados in the upcoming CW under 19 competition. And if you go, winning is a habit and losing is a habit as well.
Yes, look, when Dexter Topping was in charge of BCA Youth, commonly referred to as the combined schools,
yes,
an era when Jason Holder, Ross and Chase, Shane Dowrich et al. And the information is there to show. And I take you in the period, say, between 2006-7 to 2010, when the combined schools, BCA Youth, whatever you want to call them, even reached the final of the BCA Super Cup.
Yes.
And I like to refer to that 2010 season because they were robbed of the opportunity to play in the final with that ball protest by UWI against St. Catherine at Bayfield. But the number of players produced, you cannot get away from that. You know, the presence of Dexter Topping as a coach, the way how he urged on his players, I think you need to have that drive.
Yes.
And this is not to belittle or undermine. We know the purpose of them there. And it also begs the question then of promotion and demotion, because I'm not seeing that zest. I'm not seeing that desire to determine that they can upset a team. As we would say back in our time, you're just giving away points every week, every series.
It is not right, Keith, because Signia Financial Barbados Youth for the future of Barbados cricket. As you see a flock of birds. Ever saw a flock of birds, Keith? Going across the outfield here at Lucas Street as we continue after the water break. We're supposed to have a double change, but we're trying to find the changes that is Philip Hackett and Wayne Holder. So if Keith can just hold on for a little while, I'll just go and search for them.
I thought you wanted the other way around, where you do the bet and I find them. So 120 for 5. The first hours play on the field having just been completed. The actual first hours play wiped out because of wet conditions. Play was due to start at 11:30, and Pickwick resumed today at 75 for 4. It's now 120 for 5 with Kyle Hope on 33. He resumed on 17. Shamar Ford, who hadn't scored, was leg before wicket ball by the leg spinner Maxwell Lewis for 21 with the score 108. Zondria Baptiste is on 8.
Rico Wiggins continue here, Keith, from the southern end. And that ball is punched into the offside by Batiste. He moves up to 9. Brings Kyle Hope, who's on 34. At the water break, we saw Captain Ryan having a chat with Kyle Hope. So maybe they're having a discussion of how they're going to approach this passage of play. So clearly the intention has not changed, Keith.
Yes, you want to see exciting cricket, some urgency. The vast experience of Kyle Hope, 34 from 58. He needs to up the tempo.
Yeah, you want to see urgency. You want to see exciting cricket. This is the only way, Keith, that spectators are going to come and watch cricket if it's exciting. They're not going to come and watch dull draws. Pickwick is in the driving seat here. They're the ones to dictate what they want to do. 122 for 5, a lead of 183. With a struggling Windward team, you would expect to see them fielding a short ball, and Batiste goes back and cracks it down to point on the boundary. The fielder just moves to his right. That looks like Hoyt. And yet another single. We are marooned here a bit, Keith, by being in the pavilion at Lucas Street, so we can't see outside of, I said, the 30-yard circle, so we have to wait until our cameras go onto the field and then to determine where the ball has gone to. As the leg spinner, Lewis continues from the southern end to bowl to Hope, comes forward and strokes the ball quite nicely up to long off and just trots through for a very easy single. No pressure at all on the ESAF field Pickwick batters. No threat coming from the Windward spin pair of Lewis.
Yes, Lewis backs himself. He was with St. Catherine, and one of a few players who, along with the Pickwick coach, Jafari Toppin, moved from Bearfield to Lucas Street. I know St. Catherine old-timers felt that they were jolted, but these are changing times. And talking about club loyalty, that existed in your time and my time. If you look at players shifting, and once promotion and demotion came into effect, there was a case. That's a good stroke for them.
That's a beautiful shot there from Batiste. A flighty delivery by the leg spinner Lewis, and he just helped it quite nicely on the up, just clean over long off for a 6. Wonderful shot there from the batter, Batiste.
Yes. Yeah, there started to be a shift. You look at Gladiola, where Rashawn O'Warrior, who's been in good form in both white ball and red ball, and Matthew Jones were at Carrollton, and they've now gone to Gladiola.
Slightly flighted and just lifted quite nicely. Didn't have to move his feet. Got to the pitch of the ball and just hit it cleanly over long off. Very strong built, but he's having a little word there with Jaden Roberts, and he needs to just reset and refocus and obviously stick to the plan that his team wants him to stick to push that total up. So 130 for 5 ESFE Pickwick. Batiste has moved to 16 with that 6. Kyle Hope is still there on 35, and the lead keeper moves up to 191. Yes, players will move from when teams are demoted because they want to play the top flight. But if you're a club man, you stick with your club and you help the club to move back up into the top flight cricket. We saw it last year with Fusion Boutique Spartan.
Yeah, Craig Braffett was a perfect example of that
Yes.
when Wanderers got demoted, helping them back to the top division.
It's important. For continuity, you need to have your senior players sticking with the club, as there's a flock of pitches. They're white, there's a red one, there's a grey one, just flattening around the boundary. Look, big drive there from Batiste, missing the ball, and the keeper whipping the bills off, but he's well grounded. But a good reply from the leg spinner, Maxwell Lewis, after being struck for a wonderful 6. To have the courage to go back up in the air again and beat Batiste on the drive. Let's see Batiste now having a little conversation with Hope at the end of that over. Hope obviously still there with clear instructions from the captain of how they're going to, approach this passage of play. It's going to be important for Hope to stay there and push the Pickwick lead past 200, Keith, or even 230, 240.
Indeed.
I see you have Fusion Boutique Spartan versus Super Blend Gladiola. They're 59 for 3.
That's an overall lead of 32, Philo. And we were discussing that
Yes.
in the first session with the likelihood of Gladiola losing early wickets.
Yes, Keith, you need something for your throat. I have the remedy, but I don't know if you want to take it.
I think water is available. I think it'll be going a bit too long.
There's plenty of
break
water.
is needed.
Yes, Biggins continues from the southern end, and that ball is just stuck nicely to backward square by Kyle Hope, trying no run resulting. So Pickwick continues to bat. No urgency as yet, Keith, which is quite strange.
Well, Baptiste is trying 16 from 18 deliveries in sharp contrast to Hope, who has 35 from 63 deliveries now.
And then that's an overthrow to give them an extra run. So he moves up now to 36 with that overthrow. And the overall score for ESAF Pickwick is 131 for 5. Yes, but he's clearly showed that the intention of looking to score. Once he's given the opportunity to flex his muscles, he's hitting the ball quite nicely and cleanly to the boundary and over the boundary. So he knows he's going to face up to the off spinner, Rico Wiggins. Short in stature, he's bowling to a slip backward point. Short extra cover, a deep cover on the boundary, a long on mid wicket. And I believe there's a deep backward square because we are maroon. We can't really see to the left where we are. So Wiggins is going to be bowling to Batiste. Goes back and just defends up to short extra cover. No run resulting. But again, we're seeing a cat and mouse type game here, Keith.
Pickwick are in a position to seriously dictate. The onus is on them to set the stage, open the game, throw down the gauntlet, and say, look, if you feel that you're a big team, you are in the lower part of the championship, so go for these runs, to bat and then set a team 240, 250 with little time, it kills the game.
Yes. You got to be careful of that word kill. Makes the game dull.
Well, the English language can be a funny one.
Yeah, because Jack and Jill went up the hill
to catch a pillar of water.
Yeah. Jack fell down and broke his crown.
And Jill came tumbling after.
Obviously. And that's on that note, I have a double change. I have Philip Hackett, who's the executive producer. He will fill in for me, and he'll be followed by.
Well, when we see the appearance of Wayne,
hold on.
We'll stick it out until we see the appearance of Wayne. Significantly, Philo, in that game between Emperor and the defending champions Wildy at Bank Hall, not a ball has been bowled.
Are you surprised?
The
run-ups are not covered, Keith.
Yes, and once Emperor used to be a ground that you would, even if rain, expect a bit. And also at Darrell's Road, no player so far with UWA 224 and 28 for one. Wanderers 190 at Banghall. Empire made 312 for 4 declared. And Wildy still to resume at 256 for 7.
Let's see. Really good.
So here at Lucas Street, 132 for 5. And another 45 minutes play remaining before T-Fillo.
Yes, obviously, as you said, ESAF will Pickwick. They're the team to make the call. Either they're going to set a target and try to defend it, or just continue to bat in the way they're batting, not with any urgency. As well as they stroke up on the onside of the pitch by Batiste, well fielded by the bowler Lewis, no run resulting. So 132 for 5. ESAF will Pickwick. Batiste is on 16 from 23 balls. And Kyle Hope is still there on 37 from 64. A short ball, Batiste goes back and punches it to the right of the man on the cover boundary, but Hoyt comes off the boundary quite quickly, and the fielders are just through for an easy single. No pressure at all here. Keith is just, it's just like walking the beach in Barbados,
Indeed.
which you do quite often on mornings.
Well, you need to keep fit. So walking is part and parcel of that early morning. Nice fresh breeze along the south coast.
Right. But I didn't say Rich beats him. It's a lovely shot from Kyle Hope with the applause of his and the approval of his teammates. Just stroking it quite nicely all along the ground down to long on for yet another easy single.
$134 for 5. The overall lead 195. This is the 33rd over of the innings, and they faced 14 overs and 4 balls yesterday.
A wonderful shot there from Batiste. Another flighty delivery from the leg spinner Maxwell Lewis, and Batiste again hitting this time over the extra cover region down to the boundary for 4. A very good shot from the left-handed batter, and that has pushed now Pickwick up to 138 for 5, Keith. And the lead is rushed up to 199.
Right, so we can say 200 if you had to declare now, adding 1 run. And we're looking at the time again at 13 minutes to 2 o'clock. T slated for 2:30. Tino Best is padded.
That means
Gerard
he has,
Jokes
he has a lot of
padded.
strapping on his hands, ankles.
I think in a quiet discussion with him, he had his doubts in relation to how he would perform if the ball in the second innings based on the field.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the field.
So you're saying it may be a question of Tino at 45 wondering if he can come
Coming-
back and repeat.
Coming back. That's the problem. Yesterday was day 2. Today is day 3. You see,
Back to back.
Day 1 started last week.
Tino is a fit man, fellow.
Yeah, he's fit. I'm not saying not. But then this is cricket.
So what is Kyle Hope playing here for? A
don't
50, 39 from 67. Baptiste has shown some intent.
And there's Tino
There's
Best.
Tino along with Rashid Edwin.
Yes.
I think Rashid is looking for lunchtime at this particular point. So the lead now exactly 200 for ESAF Field Pickwick. Ball out for 261 in their first innings. Now 139 for 5. Baptiste looking to get on with it. Plays that one down to mid-on with Rico Wiggins trending. Couple of off breaks. The partnership worth 30, of which Baptiste has 22 from 26 balls with 2 4s and 1 6. Kyle Hope stroking that one down to long on for a single to move to 40. Overall lead of 202 with Baptiste on 22 from 26 balls.
This begins continuing from the southern end to both of Batiste. Short and wide cutting, but not getting a lot of bat on it. Then we saw him there looking to obviously telling himself he could have played the reverse sweep, which has become a regular shot now, Keith. This reverse sweep. We used to see it a lot. We see it a lot in the white ball format, but now more players also playing it in the red ball.
And premeditating as well, Philo.
Yes, good delivery there from Wiggins. Again, tight, not allowing the ESAF field batters to get away with it. They're still keeping them in check. They're 141 for 5. Hope is on 40 from 68 balls. They faced 34 overs have been bowled by the Sagicor team. Batiste is on 22 from 28. He's the one who has added the muscle actually to this partnership. The overall lead now has moved up to 202 runs.
Yes, having resumed today on 75 for 4 with 17 forward no score.
So the Pickwick batters battle on. The lead now 202. Hope well entrenched, and Zandre Baptiste batting rather fluently. So the question remains, how much is enough? And only time will answer that question. Meanwhile, Baptiste and Hope push on. Although that may be an exaggeration of what is happening out in the middle. I think push, I may have to find another word. Carry on might be more apt to Wayne Holder.
Well, I think Baptiste has looked very proactive since he has come to the wicket. He's immediately stepping into his stride, and he's been able to stroke the ball around quite pleasantly, looking quite much in touch from the very beginning of his innings. He already struck a couple of boundaries under 6. So maybe we're seeing this situation arising again in the second innings, where Kyle Hope is going to be the sheet anchor. He's the one who's going to hold the batting together, and Baptiste has been a bit more adventurous. We see this rather lengthy spell of Jarian Hoyt continuing as he actually comes back on from the northern end, having been replaced, I think, by Maxwell Lewis, who has been the lone wicket taker.
Yes.
So far.
Leg spinning all rounder. I think you can describe him as that. Batting quite well in the previous game against Wonders. I remember a very attractive 47. I was truly impressed. Big appeal, but not a lot of support. Big appeal from the keeper, but not any support really from the bowler. And the slips were there as though they are disconnected spectators. So the keeper obviously saw, or believed he saw, what no one else figured actually occurred.
Some would say more in hope than conviction.
Yes. So, of course, the real hope was at the non-striker's end, so that didn't work out for him. And Baptiste continues to put bat to ball and picks up a boundary. So he has done quite well as Andre Baptiste. A very useful all-rounder. Leg spin, I believe. Off spin, in fact. And left-handed batsman. Right arm off spinner. And left-handed batsman. And one we can see from this innings for sure, he knows how to put bat to ball. Very
Yes,
positive
very,
indeed.
very, very positive in his approach. To really cracked that delivery away short, innocuous, wideish delivery, given some width, and the ball sat up and asked to be hit. And Baptiste didn't need a second invitation.
Baptiste certainly obliged.
But you didn't mention, Philip, about the right arm off spin. And it's been interesting that I've been following some of the English coverage of the game, and they actually refer to right arm and left arm off spin. You familiar with that term?
So there's a bowler that they would describe as being a left arm off spinner.
Any bowler who bowls out with the fingers is a left arm off spinner.
Okay, so we're talking about Rondre Yearwood. You're talking about well, for those who may not be familiar with all the current players. Let's say we go back far. You're talking about Winston Reid then.
Well,
as far as they're concerned.
Yes, I go as far as the term was associated with the England left arm orthodox, the England women's left arm orthodox spinner Sophie Eccleston.
Oh.
And I just discovered that the English actually refer to a left arm off spinner, meaning that the spin is not of the back of the arm wrist.
I get where you're going, but I'm struggling to recall hearing the term used by the commentators. So you're saying that only recently you discovered that they use this term, or this is something you discovered sometime back?
Recently. I've seen it used before. It is not very popular or prevalent.
Yeah.
I think I might have heard the Indians also
but they use the term left arm off spinner.
Left arm off spinner as against the right arm off spinner.
Okay.
And one could easily understand why.
Well, I understand the reasoning behind it, although I may not necessarily agree with it, but I understand clearly what it means. Basically, you're talking about a finger spinner as opposed to a wrist spinner.
A wrist spinner, yeah. That's exactly what.
But the whole concept of off break and leg break came about in relation to, it is measured in terms of a right-handed, from the perspective of a right-handed batsman.
Well, yes, the leg break is a break.
Yeah.
The ball actually breaks.
And turns away from the right-handed batsman. So if you've got a left-handed batsman, I've had a situation already where someone was trying to indicate that it was not a leg break that the left-handed batsman received, but it was an off break. The bowler was actually Nagamoto, and he had sent down his usual wrist, not the googly, the leg break in terms of the action break, and so on, but it turned. Let's see what happened. It was a left-handed batsman as well.
Left-handed ball comes back in there.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember who was batting. It would have been the left-handed batsman. Sorry, left-handed batsman. The ball came back into him, and the comment was made that it was the off break. My own view is that Nagamoto doesn't become an off spinner because the left hand is batting. So when I look at it that way, for me, the right arm leg spinner is a leg spinner regardless who's batting.
Agreed.
It's
interesting that we take it for granted, the usage of these terms, but it would be interesting, I guess, I might have my research cut out. It may be interesting to find out the origins of these terms.
Yeah.
I think that could say a lot about what was meant to be said, because a lot of times, as I said, we kind of take it for granted because that we know, we understand,
right?
Without really getting
what was the intent originally.
Yeah,
I think, as I said, as far as I'm aware, the perspective is from that of a right-handed batsman.
Well, yes,
now,
because
who made that decision, I couldn't tell you. But that is the accepted perspective, so to speak.
The 150 comes up. You hear a ripple of applause among the Pickwick players.
Yeah, but my own reasoning and my own judgment, my own how I would defend my way of looking at it is that if you accept that Shane Warne was a leg spinner and Mutai Muratharan was an off spinner, that doesn't change based on who's batting.
Well, it doesn't.
So if Shane Warne is a leg spinner, regardless who's batting, when he delivers that what we know as a leg break, no matter who's facing it and how
It
they're
is a leg
batting,
break.
it is a leg break.
Right, the same thing goes with the left armor.
Right. So
Because
therefore, I wouldn't really try to call the left armer a left arm off spinner. To me, he's just a left arm spinner.
just as we don't
A left arm
call,
orthodox, I should
just
say.
as we don't call the left arm wrist spinner
Uh-huh.
a leg spinner, we talk about Chinaman and Google.
Exactly. He has
Right.
specific title.
Right.
So maybe what we need to do is find a specific title for the left arm off spinner, if you will.
I think what we probably need to do is to do some research, dig a little deeper, and see what really the origins
the
of these
intent.
terms and the intent coming from way back then.
Yeah, because while for us we're not going to be particularly confused, whatever you call it, it could become perplexing for, let's say, people who are now getting into the game, if you will.
But yeah,
Yeah, you don't want to make a game that's already seen as fairly complex even more complicated,
more
because you'll end up losing more people than you gain, and I don't see the purpose of that really. You know, sometimes we make things a little bit too technical. It reminds me of where our Calypso competition has gone. You know, where now there's so many different categories and so on that, you know, it can be confusing, and it's become and if you have to be, let's say, a technical person or an expert to understand the differences, but then you run the risk of losing the rank and file, so to speak.
could be confusing.
Yeah.
But
But you're about to make a point, and knowing when Holder, it is a point that we need to hear.
I actually was going to go on to another area of commentary and discussion and the use of terms that has caused some discussion among some people I know, and it was about the term sixes as against six boundaries and sixes.
Go ahead.
So you talk about somebody hit four boundaries or six sixes and 16 boundaries. And that, again, has been a term I have, an approach that I have seen, witnessed, even at the international level. You see it even at the IPL and among some of the English, not only commentators, but reporters have been in the print media. We've also seen it, and I can tell you that, I mean, I have tried to use it on a few occasions in my writing with our local newspaper. And I know the now retired sports editor at the Nation, Ezra Stewart, opposed it vehemently.
What did he oppose?
The use of the term sixes and boundaries.
He felt that fours and sixes are all
All
boundaries.
boundaries, and that is the position that he.
Well,
would take.
that is from the time I'm almost tempted to say introduced to cricket, but I don't remember being introduced to cricket. Cricket seemed to have been around me for all my life. But from the time I became aware of cricket, let's put it that way, fours and sixes, a boundary could be a 4 or a 6. You know, and more recently, I noticed that there are some who are suggesting that a 4 is a boundary and a 6 is a maximum. I would go as far as to say that a 6 would have to be the maximum boundary you can hit. But because it is considered now a maximum, or that word has been introduced as
that
maximum,
word has been introduced.
I don't think that removes the fact that it's a boundary. In other words, you may have many boundaries, and the 6 is the maximum boundary that you can earn. The 4 would be the least boundary that you can earn. But they're both boundaries for me. And unless there's something coming out of the Guardians of Cricket, which would be the MCC, unless there's a directive coming out saying, well, the terminology has now changed and there's something, for me, boundaries are 4s and 6s. Well, except, of course, in the peculiarity in our cricket where we have boundaries sometimes 3s and 4s. But I think the point is made that...
Right. That's not the issue, though. The issue at point is that I personally have seen the use of the terms. And I mean, at fairly respectable levels. I mean, the English newspapers, for instance,
differentiate between the boundary.
Not necessarily. It doesn't happen exclusively, but it has been. I've noticed that it has happened from time to time.
So it's probably crept in and it's spreading. But I really think that for me it doesn't really. The problem with it is not even a question. Is this delivery? Yes, Baptiste continuing to.
Another fine shot by the young left-hander, actually, with Rico Wiggins, the off-spinner operating from that southern end and flooding it up somewhere around the middle and leg, coming around the wicket. Let's see it, and this delivery actually coming down on the off stump, and Baptiste getting down, getting under it and lifting it well away from that man at long on, picking up yet another boundary on his part.
Well, he's not quite good. He's got 31 off 37. The lead is now 218. So I don't think we're going to see any declaration before tea.
Apparently not.
But to get back to what we were saying, though, it's not a question of me not even old school and not wanting change. It's not about that at all. It's simply that the idea that 6 is not a boundary just doesn't make sense.
I don't think that. I'm not going to try to defend it. Well, I don't think that was the intention. I think there's some technicality. I suspect that there's some technicality involved in the use of the two different terms.
Well, if somebody explains it to me, I may be able to accept it. But as it stands from my perspective, the way I see the cricket, I don't see the need to differentiate because, to me, you change things when there's a problem you're trying to solve. I don't know that you change things just for the sake of doing it or because somebody else is doing it. You normally make changes to solve a problem.
But my point is that I'm not getting the feeling that there's nothing that is anything that has been changed in recent times. It has. I think it's part of it's part of the tradition of the game. I get that feeling.
You mean that has always been like that, where a 6 is considered not a boundary?
No, that they're two separate. Two separate entities, more or less. I get that feeling.
Okay.
Again, we would probably need to find out exactly where the origins really came. And in my earlier interactions with young Rashawn Hackett during the streaming for the couple of matches we did together.
Right.
Part and parcel of my arrangement with him is that I would assign a homework project to him.
Okay.
So normally, if you were Rashawn, it would have been your homework project now to find out to do the research.
Okay.
But but you being my senior, I think it would be my responsibility to do the research myself.
Okay.
And come back and report to you.
I don't know. You said I'm your senior, but we won't delve too much into that.
But I'm not meaning senior by years. I mean senior as in our the positions we hold here.
Well, I don't even know if that's true, but the one that I was initially responding to was the age thing. I wasn't going to get too deep into it, but at the same time, I was concerned if you may be misleading the public.
Well, no, I wasn't. That was not the intention. I think you're the senior figure here, as far as the commentary setup goes.
Okay, well, we won't debate that anymore. What we will tell you is that the Pickwick. They're continuing to put some runs on the board here with the hope of declaration. But you raise a very interesting thing because it has come up and it can be, a bit misleading, if you will. If you have a look at the Superb Blend Gladiola in their match, they are leading Spartan by some 75 runs, we see?
Well, no, because they would have conceded a lead of, I think, 17. 27.
Sorry, lead by 48.
Right, they would have.
So they're 48 ahead now.
Yeah, they would have conceded a lead of 27. Spartan went on to make 240 in reply to Gladiola's 213 from the first innings. So a resurgent Spartan team, Fusion's Boutique Spartan, having suffered the humility, some might say the humiliation of being relegated last season to the first division. And coming back really strongly this season again, brought down to earth by being defeated in the very first match on their return to the top level.
And it was probably like, here we go again.
But since then,
it bounced back.
Have really bounced back, and here they are now actually getting first in this lead against the leaders in the competition.
This man, Rashawn World, though, always just consistency, just chipping in all the time. And not a player that necessarily comes into every cricket conversation, but he's one that is difficult. He's always thereabouts as well.
The performances have been rather consistent, and here lately rather prolific too.
Yes.
So I think he got 90 odd in the first innings in this same match, and he would have also chalked up a 3-figure score in the one-day competition over last weekend. So he has been in quite good form. Rashawn World a.k.a. Bungie.
Bungie.
Bungie, that's the nickname.
What do you call him, Bungie?
I wouldn't know, but I'm a nickname person.
What's your nickname?
Right? I don't have a nickname. I have many nicknames, I should say. No one nickname has stuck
I see.
with me. But no, what I'm saying is that, so I listen to the youngsters, how they refer to each other. And you recognize that they normally speak in terms of nicknames and familiar names.
Oh, okay.
We, the commentators, it is our duty to call the respected given name, or again, as the youngsters will tell you, we call the government name.
We're back at our ground here now with Hope and Baptiste still continuing. Hope 78. Hope, in fact, no. Hope 47,
Hope
sorry,
47.
and Baptiste 35.
And Hoyt continues. Hoyt with he's conceded some 41 runs in midway in his 15th over. And I think his job has mainly been to contain one end with the use of the spin bowlers from the southern end. His job has been to be the container. And one would dare say to help to utilize, to eat up some more time as the medium pair. So obviously he's going to take longer to get through overs than the spinners would.
Well, Jerry and Hoyt, though, as a youngster, of course, coming across from the Empire team, but even before that, he was a player who was in the youth program and, seemed to be, let's say, to have a big future in cricket.
Well, yes, very much so. He was very highly thought of during at the age group levels. And he has been around and about. He's been constantly in the trials. I think he's gone a couple of Barbados second-tier teams he would have made. Would have come very close to the full senior side on more than one occasion. But seems now to have never really breaking through that ceiling. Let's put it that way. And seems to have plateaued.
Yeah.
More or less. He's now a professional. I think he's in the teaching profession now. And seems to be just happy to continue to enjoy playing the game and give it, obviously not necessarily giving up all hopes of going on to another level. But as I said, seemingly has plateaued. And
it's more medium pacer, at a time when, there's so much talk about this fast bowler issue. But I guess Hoyt will be one of the many pacers who, let's say, have not turned out to be express pace.
But yes, has not been expressed. I actually remember him making that point to me. Hoyt, yes, making that point to me personally when we were discussing, his prospects, and he at that time he was a lot more hopeful of moving on. A lot younger man he was, just coming out of the under 19 kind of stages. I remember him making that point that I'm not the express type of bowler, but I have to be. So that's where I have to strengthen my skills and the like. That was the gist of the conversation we had back then.
It's interesting that he said that. I suppose he maybe didn't follow through with it, but. Talking to Matthew Ford recently as well, he made the point that when we tried to find out what he's been doing, he hasn't been around in terms of competition over the past, since the World Cup. And he made the point that, he's working on his game, trying to add a bit of pace. And I thought that was an interesting comment coming from Matthew Ford, because I don't think that we ever see Matthew Ford as a fast bowler in the true sense. We see Matthew Ford as a player who can do things with the ball. And I thought, however, that it was good that he saw the need to add a bit of pace as well, because if you can get movement with the ball, I guess it's fair to say the faster you can do it, the better for you.
Well, the right arm of spinner Rico Wiggins is continuing from the southern end as the Pickwick lead continues to extend now into the 220s, 224 it is, as we are just about 15 minutes away from lunch. So keen to see what the decision would be as far as Pickwick are concerned.
For a moment, I thought you were going to say that you're keen to see what the lunch will be. You did say You did say you're 15 minutes away from lunch, and you're keen to see. So I thought you were keen to see what was being provided for
Well,
lunch.
no, that was a response to an earlier statement by you that you don't think that there will be a declaration.
Well, I
before
realized
lunch.
that after.
I can recall an incident, Philip. I'll never forget it. I was listening to the radio actually to, I think it was a regional first class game. I am going to say that it was a regional first class game. And whatever happened, there was some delay. And the lunch period, the lunch time, the time for lunch was adjusted. So they took lunch at a different time than had been scheduled.
Yes.
And on the resumption, there was a debate on the air between the commentators about that decision and about what it meant. So and there was a discussion between two commentators. Then one commentator, they changed one for a new commentator. When the new commentator came on, the on-commentator asked him, and I will not call his name, the on-commentator asked him, have you ever seen that happen before? Yes, so what are you talking about? He says, where they changed the lunch.
Oh.
And the guy went on and says, well, no, I've never seen it change. It's always been the same rice, macaroni pie.
Talk about misunderstandings, eh?
Talking about misunderstanding. And that happened, Philip, as Hope brings up his 50.
Yeah. 85 balls, 2 fours, no sixes. A strike rate of 58 though, which is quite reasonable. So even although he's been playing the supporting role, he's not been crawling by any means. Simply maybe not into overdrive in a similar manner to Baptiste.
Continuing from where he left off in the first inning, batted in a very similar fashion in the first session. And we take a note that we have a change of umpire today, Philip. We just saw Ernly Field in our shot. Ernly Field taking over today from Ayana Holder, who is missing today. So we have a substitute umpire in place, himself and Lamar Clark.
Well, Ayana Holder is missing today, but her dad is here to not playing the same role. But at least it shows that the holders, you can't keep the holders out of this thing.
There's Keith on the other
There's
side.
Keith Holder as well.
Yes, it's a very popular name in Barbados, that Holder name.
And in cricket, ever present in cricket as well. You can think of many holders in cricket over the years. One of my favorites, I must say, well, I would have to say two. In fact, let me remove that word favorite because I may get into trouble with some of these people if I run into them. But let's say two that would be well known to me for different reasons. Vammer Holder, who was one of my favorite pace bowlers back in the day. And of course, Roland Holder, who I know very well. And then, of course, there are the two holders, Keith Holder and Wayne Holder. And I'm sure there are other holders. There's a youngster, who played for BET, the left-handed all-rounder. I think he bowled right and batted. Liebert Holder. Liebert Holder as well. Yeah.
And don't forget Louis Holder.
Louis Holder, yes. So you're quite right. A very popular name in cricket. Both on and off the field.
As a commentator and a reporter. But just to inform that Maxwell Lewis has been brought back into the attack. So Jarian Hoyt given a bit of a break again. As Pickwick continued to score quite steadily. Zandre Baptiste on 37, approaching, I don't think it would be fair to say he's approaching the 50, although still in the 30s.
There's another popular holder too who I never met, known as an umpire. Well, Vammer Holder actually went into an umpiring as well, but there's another holder who was an umpire for what
Dalton Holder?
That's local Dalton Holder, but I'm talking about the English umpire.
John Holder.
Yeah, so
yes,
Holder. Dalton Holder, the local umpire. So it's really, I mean, when you made the comment, it didn't even resonate so much, but you're quite right. The name Holder very popular in Barbados.
And very popular
and very popular in cricket. Right?
Actually, I know 3 John Holders in cricket.
Really? Oh yes, there's the guy from Banks.
There was John Holder from Banks.
From Banks, yes.
There was another John Holder. He used to play for Ellerslie School. He was at the youth level and played I don't think he went on to play first division cricket. He migrated to the UK still as a teenager. So yes.
I see.
But cricket and Holder go together very much.
Even as far as Holders Hill. we're a lot of famous cricketers have come from.
Famous Holders. So we go back over to Rice's. I should say.
Just a stone's throw there,
We're
really.
just down, actually. If North is up, then.
Well, I'm not going to
Rice
get into the up, down, left, or
if
right.
North
but
is up, the Rices is down.
what I can tell you is it's not far from here.
South is down. Although in Barbados, you go down north.
You go down north. Okay.
Wiggins is into Hope, and again, there we see that characteristic just flowing, pushed down to long on, down to long off. You would have seen that over and over.
And this is
during
why it's
innings
important
by
to have
Fred
these experienced players still in the competition. A player who I don't think many of the first-class franchises would necessarily be looking to invest in, but he has a role to play at this level. We saw Kevin Stoke doing a similar thing for Empire in the current series, almost getting to a double century.
You know, and that's one of the reasons why I have always taken exception to people making statements the likes of, but he can't play for the West Indies again, so why play him for Barbados? Why play him in your club when you're robbing a youngster?
But that's when you
out
don't
of a play?
understand. That's when you don't understand, the whole structure of the thing and how progress is made and how development comes about. And I go further with that to this thing about robbing a youngster of a player. Let's put it this way: you used to have situations where you've got a number of players in a team, and the players in that team, let's say, may not be performing at the level to go on to the next level. But somebody believes that there's somebody who's not in 11 who's being robbed of a player. Now, if you pick your best 11 to start with, and those guys are not setting the world on fire, who's this 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th option that should be in there? It never really made sense to me. I think you pick your cricket teams based on what you have available, and you pick the best combination of that. And as our good friend Keith Holder would say, let the cricket play.
I've always held the view about team building.
Yeah.
And team building has to be on a strong, a firm foundation. And you would find that you would have the senior, more experienced group of players who form that nucleus, that foundation. And then among that, you would have the young pretender gradually feeding in and feeding off the experienced players who then would be in a position to take over, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And then he moves into one of the senior, and it's been that gradual progress as far as team building is concerned. And I thought that in local cricket in particular, there was this mass call for youngsters, and
But that's why you have age group tournaments.
to the detriment of a lot of still good, strong senior players who had so much to offer towards building and developing. Again, I have always held the view that even our age group cricketers who play at let's say the BCA youth level, the Barbados combined schools and the Barbados youth, I've always been of the view that you needed at least one senior person on the field.
I'm still of that view.
And which it used to be too.
It used to be.
And it's proven to be very successful.
Yeah, I'm still of that view, quite frankly.
So it's going to be Lewis, right arm, leg spin. Believes he got the wicket. I wasn't on air, I wasn't seeing the monitor, but I suspect that the wicket might have probably come with a googly, because we saw young Ford coming onto the front foot, pushing forward and being struck on the pad, and the umpire had little hesitation in raising the finger, and I, from my position, surmised that it must have been the googly. If it was the leg break with the batsman getting in that stride and getting that left foot so far down, I don't think LBW would have been in the picture at all.
When looking across at you as you demonstrated what you were talking about and you raised your finger as the umpire would, it reminds me of a conversation I had with one of our colleagues last week when we were talking about Ayana and following in her father's footsteps, and I made the point not in the sense that she is doing what you do or that you were necessarily an umpire, but in terms of her love for cricket and her involvement in cricket in various ways. Only to find out from you in a later conversation that you also dabble in umpiring.
Yes, actually. Again, once I recognized that my playing days were coming to an end. And I'm one of these people who never intended that I would be playing cricket in my old age.
Okay.
You know, once that spark was gone, I was quite prepared to give up the on-field part of the game. And once I recognized that time was coming, I still wanted to be involved in cricket. And so I had to choose where would I be involved. And I mean, I give some consideration to scoring. I give some consideration to umpiring, those two in particular. And I did start the process of equipping myself to be an umpire, actually doing some volunteer umpiring for one, and then for two, actually joining up and doing the umpires course with the Barbados Cricket Umpires Association. But then in the midst of all that, I also had in the back of my mind, there was always this dream of being a commentator. You know, the inspired by Leslie Shell Harris, and seeing myself one day in Australia and sending back a commentary to the Caribbean. I actually saw that vision, I had that vision, you know. So when the opportunity came then to get into commentary, I just said goodbye to everything else.
Well, then you still get to Australia. Don't fear. Don't be deterred.
I think I can afford a ticket to Australia.
Well, when you get there, you never know.
Even if I have to suffer for a couple of months after.
Okay, fair enough. But even without going to Australia, I'm sure that you've enjoyed the whole experience.
Yes, of course, and continue to even know, you know. This foray now into actual the streaming side of things. This is a very interesting side of commentary. Something that I didn't dream of at the time when I would have started out, which has come on stream. On stream. Yeah, Philip Hackett and his words. But yeah, which has come on stream of late, and I find this part now very a bit more challenging, but a lot more enjoyable.
So the lead swells to 239. T just minutes away. Nothing to suggest. Not sure if I'm seeing any acceleration that would suggest the declaration will come at T.
Certainly not from Kaido.
Well, you're quite right there. So they get a single that will take the score up to 179.
Some rather uncomplicated off spin, right arm off spin from Wiggins.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens for the remaining 3 deliveries in the over. If Baptiste will give us a clue as to if the declaration is at hand immediately at the tea break. Not a whole lot that we can determine from that.
Satisfied to pick up a single, just chipping this one away out into the deep. 180 for 5.
Well, we did say 230. You did say 230. I said 250 might be the safe score, and I would be surprised if Windward scored 250 runs in the final session to win this game. That would suggest that there would be some very poor bowling and maybe poor fielding as well, and some excellent batting.
Some excellent batting. I was just about at that.
That delight would probably last until 6:37. So if they're not going to declare no, then to my mind it doesn't really make much point declaring that at any point.
Very exciting finish apparently to the last Elite Division game played here at Windward. I think where the game ended up with Windward requiring just 1 wicket.
And bad light.
And the light having the final say.
Yes, a very exciting game. And I had the privilege of covering that game, as I did the game before, which was even more exciting when what was that about? That was at Rice's when Gladiola defeated Wildy. Yes, the champions.
Well, I was actually privileged of.
Yes, you were actually covering that game as well. Yes.
Yeah, doing the stream for that much.
So yeah. So 181 for 5, a lead of 242. And let's see what will happen after this over.
Well, we know for sure. Well, we can't be for sure because Wiggins gets through. I mean, Lewis gets through his over so quickly that there isn't even a guarantee that the lunch will be taken immediately after this.
Well, I think I may be a minute or two ahead of you then. But we haven't been informed of any change to the interval, so we can assume that at 2:30 the players will come off for break. And at that point, we will be able to work out what is what's supposed to happen in the final session. Will it be that Windward will start to bat, or will Pickwick come back out to add to the lead of 242? Time will tell.
Stroked along the ground. Still no risk involved in the batting of Kyle Hope. Tino Best still very much padded up and not showing any signs that he may be discarding his pads and all his preparations. So maybe he's looking forward to a knock after the interval.
Well, he's just moved from his particular position and headed now to the dressing room. So whether that is a temporary measure to remove the pads so he can enjoy the break, time will tell. Gerard Jukes is still padded though, and still ready for action. I think he will be ahead of Best. So we'll see how it goes. But for the sake of the match, one would hope that there's a declaration at the break.
It will also be notable how many overs have been bowled so far today. Remember, there were some 60 overs still available.
Yes.
Once the game got started, an hour late today because of
wet conditions.
Some conditions, the umpires, that caused some concern to the umpires. So Hope is stroking another one. Down too long off, a single off the final delivery. And I think I see the players heading towards the pavilion. So yes, that is going to be the break. 188 for the loss of a 5. Kyle Hope on 66 and Andre Baptiste on a nice breezy 42. Fitting of the day. Nice breeze, cool conditions here at Windward, and the Pickwick leading by 249. So Philip, you've got your 250. We wait to see how the dressing room and the management team for the Pickwick side reacts to that.
Yeah, well, it would have been good to, had we had maybe a target of something close to this, with Windward maybe having a 20 minutes or half an hour session.
With that hour that we've lost.
Well, apart from the hour that was lost, I felt there was enough time, given the start, that you could have maybe shown a little bit more urgency and maybe possibly get Windward in, even for 20 minutes. And 20 minutes, those 20-minute sessions before break tend to be very awkward. And it presents a type of pressure in itself. And in that 20 minutes, you can pick up a wicket or two, which would put the side. So you have a side going back out after tea under pressure, as opposed to now where you're going out. You may know that even if the declaration comes, all you have to do is ready back the final session. Very seldom are teams bowled out in the session. So in terms of the psychological aspect of it, no psychological pressure on Windward, whereas 20 minutes or so before the interval would have presented that. And even if you didn't get a wicket, you would hardly have conceded enough runs that you would have gifted the match. But that's just my view. Obviously, every team will have their view of how they want to proceed, and it's easy for us to talk, Wayne, but they're the ones who need the points and the ones who are trying to get out of the bottom of the standing, so to speak.
Let's have a look at the screen, though, Philip. Look at our monitor. And whom do we see? It's Tino Best in the middle, doing a bit of a practice, a run to the wicket. He's also having a feel out of the conditions. I think it's that southern end where the approach was a bit softish. I saw him run through it just to test it. So I don't know if he's trying to tell us something. No, Tino has discarded the pads and he's already in the middle, looking to see maybe which will be the better end to bowl at.
Well, whether
the
he's
ball
intended to tell us something or not, he's doing so. Because I think he seems to be actually marking his run there to
Yes.
some extent. He's walking, taking normal steps, but in a very determined manner.
Yes,
And what I'm saying is he's probably trying to work out which end is better for him in terms of his run-up and if he has to modify it. Because, as you said, the primary concern wasn't so much the pitch itself, but the bowler's run-up. I think both ends had maybe a bit of issue, but one was greater issue than the other. So I think he's trying to sort that out now, what he would need to do given the opportunity to bowl in terms of a run-up. And a couple of things, you're saying that he may be giving us a hint as to a possible declaration, but he's also given us some insight into his professionalism.
And not only a hint, maybe sending a hint to somebody else other than us.
That too. So there's so much that one could read into that.
Well, yes, that is speculation. What is in truth and in fact is that the lunch break has come here. ESAF Field Pickwick returning today are resuming at 75 for 4, have gone on to 188 for the loss of the single wicket of Shamar Ford, who was leg before wicket to Maxwell Lewis for 21. Kyle Hope is still there, not out on 66. Zandre Baptiste looked very good to be 42, not out. And this pair came together with the score 110, meaning that they've added some 78 runs so far for this 5th wicket.
building. Another short. That one just.
Let's see what Bend is.
A lot of wickets. That one is struck.
Yeah, beautifully.
The ball on the up.
He lived in the Pickwick team.
That's the cricket so far.
I always thought it was going to be
In the back. In the evening session. Lower delivery, and he's
sure Sean really enjoyed himself. And
This one is cracked away. Come on. That's a beautiful.
more so in the ascendancy right now. A Springer just
Taking refuge from the heat.
ball.
Again, boy. Make some big dollars.
Another time, he just on the back foot, just punching that one.
Let's see it. Slapping this one.
Just sweeping that one. That one deep.
Point on the boundary edge. Past it. Three. This innings as this one off your Bartlett. Definitely we're going to have their work cut out.
but your four bowlers, part-timers, you want to call them that as the ball.
Shooter, we know he is. Another one goes to that point area.
Coach Dave Marshall and Andre Marshall there. As you see it, yeah, the home side have really taken full advantage. As you see the flowing shot there, Frank.
Gibson. Again, no, this time he's gone for the more conventional. That ploy. Down the leg side and Off the back foot, the appeal for the catch at the wicket.
That one goes up in the air.
But he did get to recover. The sudden end, and here he is struck.
Down the wicket he comes. As he is struck on the paddock. Marvel bowls a full toss. This one
To get to that century, but here he is.
is outside the all stand 2 steps, and then they started to do some to swing the arms out. This one picked off again from this end. Bowser
To play where he wants them to play as Morris. Earlier in the week, and they were telling me about Morris, his approach. One sweat,
And that played against Dave Yama Marshall. Anyone that one is hit over the wicket. That's sure Morris.
gets another short delivery and hammers it out to mid wicket. Full toss.
Jones has been excellent. Jerome Jones is vital because he's one who typically goes a big swing on the soil earlier with young Gibbons who would have batted so patiently with the pass.
Welcome back to Lucas Street for play in the final session of this fourth round BCA Elite Division 3-day championship. And with an overall lead of 249, would you believe it, Philo Wallace, that ESAF Pickwick are batting on? 37 overs are left in the game. We've repeatedly said that they have attained 10 points which cannot be taken away. They resumed today on 75 for 4 with Kyle Hope 17 and Shamar Ford yet to score, and at T 188 for 5 from 45 overs, with Hope on 66 from 104 balls with 3 boundaries. A more adventurous Zondre Baptiste 42 off 58 deliveries, 4 fours and 1 6. And the wicket of Shamar Ford, the keeper, pushing for leg before wicket, bowled by Lewis, a leg spinner for 21 with the score 108. The tactics here, Philo.
Poor. Keith, it's quite sad that we're seeing this type of cricket from ESAF Pickwick. Yesterday, obviously, they'd have lost 40 minutes. Today, they've lost 60. They're 100 minutes. But the quality of the bowling attack of Windward is not that devastating that can push ESAF Pickwick to continue to bat. With a lead of over 240 runs, clearly should be looking to declare even before tea. You should be lunch before they could have pushed the game on and look to declare at 2 o'clock and have a run in at half an hour running against the Windward batters. See if you can pick up 2 or 3 wickets and settle the game going into the final session. But that has not happened, and they continue to bat. Kyle Hope has moved on to 66. Batista's on 42. So it's just about these 2 players looking either for a 50 or 100, because they play right into the hands of Windward.
At T, Hoyt had sent down 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. Griffith, 12 overs, no maidens, 2 for 63. Let's say in a nutshell, not a single maiden over has been bowled. Roberts, 1 over for 8 runs without a wicket. Lewis, 7 overs, 1 for 40. And Wiggins, 10 overs, none for 31.
I know Roach is bowling, the captain. Tennyson Roach Jr. is bowling from the southern end. Some trundlers. And that is what we're getting here. I think when you look at the Barbados Cricket Association Elite Division, Keith, you're expecting to see exciting cricket, not this docile kind of cricket. This cricket is doing nothing for Barbados cricket. We just saw a first-class season where we didn't play. We played a fast bowler, then he was discarded, and we continue to struggle looking for quality cricketers. And you can see why a lot of players are not interested in playing cricket if they're going to come up on this type of cricket. I think we need to get the clubs to understand that they have a role to play to make Barbados cricket attractive again. You cannot be playing this type of cricket and expect people to follow it. A lead of 250 going into the final session, and you're down in the bottom with Signia Finance Barbados Youth. So you need to get out of the bottom. If not, this game can haunt you going forward into the season. And the rain is threatening now.
Yes. It's a season which is punishing from the point of view that there's basically no break. In sharp contrast to last year, when after the 3rd round they broke for as many as 3 months.
Yeah. Now this season they've reversed it.
Yeah.
They just play the cricket consistently, and try to get the season over as quickly as possible, and always set up the franchise for their preparation for one-day cricket if there's any, and obviously the first-class season. But Pickwick clearly have set up in their minds that they're happy and contented with the points that they've gained so far, and have just opted for Kyle Hope and Baptiste to continue to bat for the rest of the afternoon.
So if a drawn game, Pickwick will gain 10 points to move to 37. Windward started on 23. And as it stands, 36 overs now left in the game. It's just a matter of personal statistics. The thinking of the Pickwick camp really boggles the mind, Philo.
Yeah, boggles the mind with a capital B and an M. Because you would expect Pickwick, who are at this moment just on 27 points, but they have 37 because of the 10. The NPC has moved up to 48. So they would jump ahead of Wanderers. And they will still have Windwards in the bottom as well. So they're not really pushing themselves up the table. They should be looking to get maximum points from this game with a victory to get into mid-table. But obviously they've decided, look, maybe conditions don't favor their bowlers. And they've decided, Captain Ryan and the others have just conceded to just battle the rest of the afternoon. It's going to be hard work for the Windward bowlers. But, you know, it's just a ball from the leg split, just down the leg side. No intent at all being shown by Kyle Hope to score. And the score remains 189 for 5 and 46.4 overs. The lead remains 250. But this is a clear indication of a team that unable, I would say, to set up a victory.
In relation to the other games at Key, at races in the Key Clash, Super Blend Gladio 213, and at the break they were 88 for 4 with Roshan Worrell 40 not out to follow up his first innings 98 not out when he carried his bat, and then the very next day he got 100 against YMPC in the BCA Super Cup. Fusion Boutique Spartan 240 all out. Maradon Bend 122 not out. Miguel Cummins took 5 for 38. There was no play at Darrell's Road. UWI 224 and 28 for 1. Wanderers 190. At Britain, Urgent Care Bearview Hospital, YMPC beat the Signia Globe Financial BCA Youth by an innings and 49 runs. More action as we look at what's going on at races.
Yes.
Now 91 for 4 in the 20th over in the second innings. An overall lead of 64. That game is destined for a draw as well, Philo, but in different circumstances.
Yes, obviously Spartan would have been under the 8 ball going into day 2. Thanks to Maradon Bandit, they came out on top, getting first innings lead. They led by some 28 runs. And now Gladiola 91 for 4, just a lead of 64. But you would expect this game to peter out into a draw.
Unless the Spartan spin bowlers can dramatically get 2 or 3 wickets in the next 10 minutes, Philo.
I was going to use your word miraculous, because you seem to like that word.
Or dramatic.
No, I think miraculous. we had so, but obviously Spartan has pulled themselves out of a hole, and it's good for them. Obviously Super Blend Gladiola now will have to bat to save the game. And back at Lucas Street, no lot of intention, not even for the fielder to come on to get the ball. Clearly, Pickwick has resigned themselves to just opting for batting practice.
So 191
as the rally
for
car
5.
zoom past us here. That ball there, length delivery, but he's not using his feet, just using his arms. And the ball is at the outside edge and just going over the fielder's head at point. And he got a very lucky single. So he moves on to 44, Keith. The score 192 for 5. But a good delivery from Tennyson Rhodes Jr. Not known for his bowling, but flighted that delivery quite well. But he's nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Looking to use power. And ball just sitting the outside edge and eluding the fielder there. Looks like Griffith was that point.
Kyle Hope stroking that one off the back foot down to the deep cover for a single. Do you think he has 100 in sight on his mind?
I can't tell you what he have in sight. I just think it is really just.
But he's seeing the ball like a breadfruit.
I just think it's just weak cricket from ESAF. Weak cricket, because you want to challenge your bowlers, Keith, to bowl you to victory. You want to challenge your batters to set up the side for victory. And this is not happening. And when you see teams playing cricket like this, it's just the mindset of the entire squad. We're just contented of getting the points that we've gained, and that's it. That's another pass, another car zoom pass, Keith. With a rally, obviously they have some very fast cars. They're moving faster than Pickwick at scoring anyway. But when you look at this type of cricket, this is not really what you expect at the Elite Division. And Tennyson Rhodes Jr. clearly not a frontline spinner, just trolling the ball down the wicket, contented to give the odd single here and there. At the end of that over, Pickwick has moved on to 192 for 5. And Hope there's 68. Batista's on 44. Lead is 253. So there's just about ticking away the time. and hopefully looking to call the game off, before 5:30. But this is not what you really expected when we came here this morning, Keith. We expected
No.
to see a bit more life being put into the cricket match by ESAF in Pickwick.
Especially Philo after there was no play in the first hour.
Yes.
So it meant working out the equation with the number of overs remaining in the game once there were no further interruptions. You
And there have been no
again
further
have to
interruptions.
question the management, the coaching staff, the captain. Well, let's use management in a broad sense of Pickwick.
But the manager at Pickwick is a lady. I don't know how much say she will have in a decision like this. You have the captain, you have the coach, you have senior players in Tina Bess and Kyle Hope. I don't know if there's a vice captain. Maybe those four. The manager will be involved. I don't know how much input she has in making such a decision. But you would expect the cricketers to be more alert in that you want to set up your team to win. Winning is important, Keith. But you get an opportunity to put teams under pressure. I think you need to do it so you can gauge yourself as a unit. If you're just going to play this kind of cricket, you're not really challenging yourself. You're not challenging your players, because everything is just going to be an easy peasy cakewalk. You need to put your players under pressure to see what they can do under pressure, if they can deliver the goods for you to bring out a victory. But this is not the case here at Lucas Street. Let's hope stroke that ball down to long off and pick up his 70th run. And the score moves on to 196. Alina is up to 257.
Well, play has resumed Philo at Bank Hall, and in response to 312 for 4 declared by Empire, Wildy now 261 for 8. They've lost Desmond Currency for 21 to Kevin Wickham. Zach McCaskey, the opener, is on 108, and he's been joined by Tariq O'Neill, who can hold himself, who's no slouch.
Yes,
He can handle himself
Just
to
back
bat.
from Dominica as well with the Barbados A team. And it'd be interesting if we can get Andrew Eptage, who is the coach of ESAF Field Pickwick, not to talk about this game, but to talk about his experiences and the trip to Dominica and what it has done for Barbados cricket and what he expects coming out of that short trip and going forward as well. But obviously a keen encounter there at Bank Hall. Empire were looking to try to bowl out Wildy under their first inning score.
And not a ball was bowled at Darrell's Road, where it is now official that that match play has been abandoned today. So 224 and 28 for 1 UWI Wanderers 190, and hence UWI gaining first in his lead. And as it stands, 3 games in action of the 5, with YMPC demolishing BCA Youth by an innings and 49 runs. YMPC 362 for 9 declared, BCA Youth 116 and 197, with Justin Paris getting 60, and the YMPC captain Keemar Smith with his off-spin bowling 4 for 75. Shamar Marshall, who has struggled to pick up wickets this season, the tall left-arm spinner 3 for 45, and Mali Marshall 2 for 14.
Yes, congratulations to YMPC. Obviously, Keemar Smith will be happy with that victory against Signia Finance Barbados Youth. And they're hoping, obviously, to continue their way. They've moved high up in the table now, Keith, as well, with that victory at YMPC.
Yes, the 48 points. BCA Youth remain rooted at the bottom on 16 points. And in 4 games, having lost all 4, the 16 points gained by bowling points, maximum bowling points in each game.
Yeah, it is sad the way how Signia Global Barbados Youth has been playing this season. As I said, there's a change in coaching personnel, and the quality of the school boys, I believe, as cricketers are there, but it's just the mindset. They might need to, the Barbados Association might need to maybe have a review, a chat with the management staff of that Signia Global Financial Barbados Youth squad, and try to seek some answers to some of the pressing questions as to why they're not doing so well, because they have everything provided for them. Ball from Tennyson Roach Jr. They're spinning across the left-handed Batiste, who just withdrew his bat and allowed the ball to go into the keeper's gloves. He's on 47, batted really well. He's obviously slowed out somewhat, maybe due to instructions, as his body goes back and ball just standing up in the pitch, and he dropped his bottom hand, allowed the ball to go back down the pitch. He was thinking, obviously in his rehearsal, to pull that, but I don't think that was the appropriate shot. The ball got big on him quite quickly. This time he drives fluently down to mid-off and come through for a quick single. He moves up to 48, Keith. And Batista's showing good skills, good intent to score. When he first came in, he was hitting the ball to all parts of the boundary, and then he slowed down considerably. I know after tee you can see him just looking to maybe up the ante a bit and try to get, the Pickwick, ESAF Pickwick up to some total if they want to declare. But he moves on to 47 from 73 balls. Kyle Hope is 72. He's there from yesterday, from 117. And as you said, Keith, he's only 28 away from 100. Maybe he'll score 100 next week, Saturday, if he continues in this mode.
You're right. Well, the fact that they've opted to bat on after T and he's 72, I can only say it as a case of looking for personal glory, improving your statistics. Baptiste deserves a half century in these circumstances, but with the match meandering, you need to advertise more. With the cricket now being brought live in the streaming, you're safe. Let's see some enterprise into the cricket. We've repeatedly said it, we're not seeking to be beaten up on a side, but it's the overall mindset for a competition heading to mid-season.
Yes, the standard, the quality of cricket needs to improve. The only person, normally, Keith, we were having this discussion off here, is that when elite teams win games or matches are finished, they will come to another elite game to watch it. The only person who I saw arrive here is Philip Nichols.
You mean the former president of Pickwick Club, long-standing member?
Yeah, he never played elite.
No,
But
he plays second division at school.
right, long time ago.
Yeah.
But normally you would see other players, when their matches are finished, they will filter into this ground and watch cricket. But that has not happened in this case, because when you look at how this game is being played, there's no real momentum, no excitement, there's no energy going to push him for anything just for batting practice. And this sometimes is not what you want in cricket. You want that excitement to be there so you can invite people to come and watch the cricket.
At Bank Hall, Wildy have lost another wicket, and it's the key wicket of McCaskey. So they're now 263 for 9, the defending champions, after 69 overs and 4 balls. And Wickham picking up another
and here at Lucas
wicket.
Street, the leg spinner Lewis flight in the delivery between middle and leg stump. Kyle Hope opted for the aerial route and holding out at long on, so he has to depart for 72 from 117 balls. A long, laborious innings have come to a very tame end.
And he'll be massively disappointed that he pushed and prodded, and now to be dismissed, as he repeats what he thought should have been the stroke he should have played. So they're walking.
But Gerald Jitz is going out to bat.
Yes.
Batista's come down to where
To meet him.
at a deep backward square. So they're continuing ESAF Pickwick. They've lost Kyle Hope, but now they've moved to 201 for 5, and the lead is 262. A good half century for Kyle Hope, 72. As you say, he'd be disappointed to miss out on yet another 100 at this level.
So Kevin Wickham has been the magic man for Empire at Bank Hall. Wildy dismissed for 263 in 69 overs and 5 balls, responding to 312 for 4 declared by Empire from 72 overs. And Zachary McCaskey finally out for 109 from 157 balls. He was caught by the keeper Mario Albert of Wickham, and his overnight partner with play starting late after tea. Desmond Currency was caught by Stout off Wickham for 21. And the last man, Rashad Gill, was bowled by Wickham without scoring, leaving Tariq O'Neill not out 2. Yesterday, Demetrius Richards, the keeper and left-hander who opened, got 50. So that game will end in a tame draw. Jomel Warrican, 6 for 81 from 29 overs, 2 maidens. And Kevin Wickham, 13 overs and 5 balls without a maiden, 3 for 46. We're here at Lucas Street, Philo.
Yes, we were here since morning. And ESAF Pickwick, they've lost their 6th wicket in Carl Hope, 201 and 50.1 overs. Their lead is 262. Gerard Jits have now joined Baptiste. He's on 49, Iron of 50. And there's some banter out there in the middle, as expected, Keith. Obviously, the Windward players will be quite disappointed about the approach of ESAF Pickwick. Gerard Jils gets his first delivery from leg spinner Maxwell Lewis. He just come onto the front foot. The ball just goes into the leg side. The keeper moves from behind the stumps and picks it up at the end of a successful over from Maxwell Lewis. He's now bowled 10 overs. He's picked up 2 wickets for 47 runs.
Enjoying his work. Not a maiden over has been sent down in this innings. Komari Griffith, the tall horseman. You seem to have a liking for him, Philo. 2 for 63 from 12 overs.
You think so?
Well, my assessment may be wrong.
You definitely is. It's wrong because he opens the bowling and I don't know why. I think it's sad to see a off spinner just open the bowling every innings. And, for the time I've been here in this game, he opened the first innings, he opened the second innings. It begs the question, what are the clubs doing to produce fast bowlers of quality? And the person who took that catch to dismiss Hope was the coach Jafari Toppin. So he obviously is on the field substitute, and that is the applause of the Pickwick, HFA Pickwick players. The half century there by Batiste. But a length delivery from Tennyson Roach Jr., the off spinner and captain of the Windward cricket team. He just swatted it over mid wicket and over the ropes for 6. A very good shot to bring up a well played half century by the young man.
Well played. 55 from 80 balls with 4 fours and 2 sixes. Enterprising batting. He has been the most enterprising of the Pickwick batsmen today. And counting on that list, Kyle Hope, who finally was dismissed for 72, having resumed on 17 with Pickwick 75 for 4. His 72 came off 118 balls and included 3 fours. So
only 3 fours.
Only 3 fours.
So that just shows you how slow he was going. And Batiste obviously is having a little banter as well out there. The temperature will be hot, although it's nice and cool, because Windward clearly would have expected Pickwick to make a match of it. Gerald Jits again is remonstrating, another having more discussion with off-spinner Griffith. Clearly, the Windward players are not happy with the approach of ESAF Pickwick and just continuing to bat and allow this 4th round elite match in the Barbados Cricket Association 2026 Elite Division to just meander onto a team draw.
So Hope falling in the 70s in this match. 78 in the first innings from 120 balls, 6 boundaries. And now 72 off 118 deliveries with just 3 fours.
Yes, good half century the first innings, another one in the second, but he would have hoping that one of those half centuries would have kicked into 100, but unfortunately that did not happen. Well played to him, 2 half centuries, and he's given himself some confidence going into the next game, which they're going to be playing. ESAF Pickwick is going to play Super Blend Gladiola over at Rice's. That starts next week Saturday.
So Philo is going to take a little break, a short break, as we have the company of the ESAF Pickwick captain Rohan Ryan. Welcome, Rohan.
Good afternoon, Keith.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yes, Philo and I, especially after tea, have been lamenting the fact that you continue to bat. So let's get to the meat of the matter immediately with a smile. The answer.
Yeah, so obviously coming into the game, when we worked with our tea, they would only have to score just over 6 runs and over, which is quite easy for the Windward batters right now. All right? The wicket is good. Conditions are good.
Another scalp going down. But with that lead, weren't you going to back your bowlers to put them under some pressure? Because you have already been assured of 10 points. You cannot lose those 10 points. So why not attempt to get an additional 9, having come into this round on 27 points with only Windward below you, so to speak, because the BCA youth are exempt from demotion, Rohan.
Right. So also another factor that contributed to this is that our two seamers there actually were not able to bowl today. So we were two bowlers down, so that contributed to the fact as well. That
Okay, that's education first. So
yes,
Tino Best
and Jared Jones.
and Gerald Jones.
Yes, and then to add to that as well. But yeah, that was the main reason that we weren't comfortable with declaring that fourth in.
I know you're not bad as a comments man, and take us through that dismissal. It seems a bit weird.
It seems like Zandre, the batsman, was not ready, but I guess he pulled away too late for the umpire there.
Well said.
Yeah, because it's all at the discretion of the umpire. But yeah, that was an unfortunate dismissal there for Zandre.
And Tennyson Roach, the Windward captain, excited at dismissing Zandre back piece for 55.
Who's known
82.
to rush a batter or two when he's bowling.
Okay. 82 balls, 4 boundaries. Tino Best has gone up to join Jared Jones. You just heard from Rohan Ryan, the Pickwick captain, that both are on the quote-unquote injured list. Is it fair for me to put injured in quotations?
Injured and well-aged. That's the best way to put it.
Injured and aged.
Yes. But yeah, so that was the main contributing factor. We weren't confident going in with only 3 bowlers, with looking to win the game. And then we also did not want to contribute to the fact that Windward is also behind us. And they're the only team behind us, and we don't want to give them a chance to surpass us in terms of the points tally.
Yes, well, it's really pleasing that you have explained the reason behind what appeared to be baffling tactics and the so-called reserves to bring their arms over. You don't trust them?
No. We have Craig Holder, who is very, very willing to bowl, but I don't have much confidence in his bowling skills.
But I've seen Craig Holder, affectionately called Froggy, come on, and he's picked up 1 or 2 wickets at key times for Pickwick.
Yes, he has. And the main reason is ego battles. Most batsmen don't want to play a shot at him to get out, and like doing so, I do.
Okay, so this is time for Tino Best to open his shoulders, using his feet, looking for the windows. He's not minding them because there are none here for him to strike unless he strikes the windows of the parked vehicles. And the former Barbados and West Indies pacer bringing up a boundary to get off the mark. It's 211 for 7. So as we've now had half an hour's play after tea, you lead by 272. Can we still have a bit of excitement to see if something funny would happen with a declaration, Mr. Ryan?
I mean, there's always a possibility. There's always a possibility. But we talk about it as a team, and the team is not confident right now with just 3 bowlers going out to play.
I know you're playing a bit of a kid game with me now. Almost 300 on. When play resumed after T37 overs were left in the game. So even with 2 injured seamers in Tino Best and Gerard Jokes, you look at the other bowlers.
Jatario Prescott,
Jatario, yeah.
Rashid Edwin, and Zandre Baptiste. Those are the 3 bowlers left, and Zandre is batting all around in the team now.
Yeah. Rashid Edwin, experience and Wiley.
Yes, Rashid is very experienced, very reliable.
Now, as we head towards mid-season,
Yeah.
how do you see it? Perhaps a bit of unfavorable weather. It has been dry for the most part, but there's always that likelihood. And in looking at the fixtures, Rohan, realize it's somewhat of a punishing season in sharp contrast to last year when we all know we're not beating up on it. After 3 rounds, there was a break for 3 months, and then it went down the road. Since you've returned to the Elite Division, US and Pickwick, you finished in the top 5, which is commendable.
We actually finished 3rd both years.
Exactly. Thanks for the reminder. And looking at the other opposition to come, what is your assessment of how Pickwick probably will ultimately fare?
So our first 3 games we won against combined schools, but then we had 2 back-to-back losses against Wanderers and Spartan. So the guys, we reassessed, we went back to the club, we spoke about what we were doing well, what we weren't doing well, and what we realized is that one of the key areas to our success in the last 2 years was the fact that we got batting points, which means that we did well in the first innings, which then helped us to set up the game in order to push for a win later. So that is what we came here to correct, which is what we were successful in doing. So we realized in this cricket, the main thing is to get batting points. Thanks. Which is to get batting points, which contributes then to helping us to set up the game. So that's what we were able to get here. We got the 3 batting points. And that's what we will continue to look to do for the rest of the season going forward. So wherever we play, we'll just push the bat well in the first innings. But bowling points are not too, well, I wouldn't say they're too hard to get, but bowling points are basically standard for most teams because most teams will be bowled out. But once you get batting points, you will get first innings majority of the time. So most times you will walk away with the game with 10, 11 points.
Gerard Jokes opening his shoulders. We are talking with Rohan Ryan, the captain of ESAF Field, Pickwick. I'm happy to see Micaiah Simmons back in the lineup. I did question you briefly at your home ground at Four Square Oval when he wasn't in the side for the opening run game against BCA Youth, and 2 half centuries. This game, either in both innings, involving a run out, including himself in the second innings. I tend to tease him at times, you know. I have time for him though.
Yeah. Actually, it was unfortunate that Sims didn't make the 11 in the first game, but that was no reflection of the talent that he has, because I actually believe that he's one of the most talented batters I've come across in a long time. He sees the ball really well, he plays the ball really late, and he shapes up really good for an opener. But because he's so young, the mental game is what is his downfall majority of the time. But it's good to see that he's back in the team and he has contributed since.
Well said. Now the big question, especially from a white ball perspective, and I've heard different views being expressed. Who better than to ask and the captain Rohan Ryan? The name sheer hope. It was hope with no pun intended that he would have featured at this very ground here last Sunday in the second round of the Super Cup. And then I was told his name disappeared even as, say, a 12th man. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so actually up until Friday evening and Saturday evening after we left, where Shea was supposed to be in the 11, but what happened is that he just let us know he's monitoring a slight niggle, and he didn't want to take any chances because obviously he has a calendar full of cricket coming up for both West Indies and whatever other professional cricket he would have to play. So he just didn't want to take any chance. So he decided to sit that game out, and yeah, just to be careful and be on the safe side.
Yes. It is noticeable that for this particular game, there are 3 regulars who are missing. Help me with the old brain: Preston Clark, Rondre Yearwood,
And Antonio Morris.
Yes.
So they have all gone to represent UE because they're all university students. So they're in Trinidad right now representing the KFL campus at the campus games. They should be back next Saturday early morning. So the arrangement is that they will be back in the 11 for the Gladiola game.
And the old man, Tino Best, responded to the call.
Yes, he did. He actually called me. He didn't respond.
he didn't request, he demanded that he be picked.
Nah, believe it or not, he's actually, in the 11, he's a very, very good fella. He's not competitive, or, he's not the Tino Best that we all know. He's not with that around his 11. So he called me, he told me, you know what, Skate, if you need me, I'll come and I'll play this game.
It's now 214 for 8. The last wicket to fall, Gerard Judge caught in the deep by Seth Aguirre off Maxwell Lewis without scoring. The very same Tino Best is on 5. He's been joined by Jatario Prescott. So as we talked with Rohan Ryan, I sensed that the declaration is just a couple minutes away.
No, the way things are going, it might not be a declaration. 2 wickets in hand, we might be back out on the field, forced the field because we got bowled out. But, so it goes. So cricket goes. But yeah, we really didn't want to take the chance to declare too early, give Windward a sniff of winning the game, surpassing us in the points tally, and only having a few bowlers really willing to bring over their arms because of injury. We don't want to make anybody, their injuries or anything get worse. And I don't know if anybody had mentioned anything, but one of the run-ups from one end is also not suitable for fast bowlers as well.
Yes, we got an inkling of that from Kino just before the tea break when Philo and I were on his case, your case, and Pickwick's case by extension. And he indicated that from the southern end.
Yes. So
they
we
were-
have 3 pacers as well, and then they'll be all forced to bowl from one end.
Yes. You know, Rohan, it would be remiss of me not to use this forum to heartily congratulate a guy by the name of Rondell Yearwood
Yes.
on becoming the new president of your club. I know that he makes lots of money when the time is available on Sundays or weekends as a entrepreneur, providing some of the best burgers you can get around. So, and at the same time, thank the outgoing president,
Ian Brown.
Brown. I did make mention
Yes.
of that earlier. So, excitement with having Rondre, Rondre is Rondell's son.
Yes,
So let me
Rondre
get the
plays with
runs
us.
right. And I was telling Philo that actually Rondell made his first class debut, unknown to a lot of people, sometime back here at this very Lucas Street ground at Windward. This is only first class game, but at least he can boast to his son and let him know you still have to do what I have done. So Rondell Yearwood is the new president of Pickwick Club.
Yes, he is. The outgoing president, Mr. Brown, Ian Brown, he's done very well over the years with the limited resources he had to work with. Honestly, the club's in a better position than it was when he took over, but now Rondell is president. Truth be told, Rondell is so active and instrumental around the running and everything that really goes on around Pickwick, not just selling the burgers or, you know, having the grill on. He's always there when the fellas want to come together, because a lot of the social life in cricket is dying, but we still aim to keep the fellas around, keep the fellas together, and being at the club, you know, helping to support the club, be around the boys. So Rondell is very instrumental in that, something as simple as even helping with the grounds. Yeah, so and every aspect Rondell has a finger in it, so it was only right that he was suggested, and really we had to really convince him to put his name in the hat for running to be president of the club.
When you say A, you say B. And again, congratulating the work that Ian Brown did. He has a wonderful sister who works extremely hard behind that bar. Let us big her.
Yes, Minty. Yeah, she's been working hard over the years, keeping things together. And she's also the club secretary as well. A lot of people didn't know that, so yeah, most information passes through her.
Talking about bigging up, that's a big 6 there, so you're now 2-2 on the board with 8 wickets down. How much did you enjoy that stroke?
The truth is, he's expected. You know, doesn't play foreign match. He's known to be extravagant with his stroke play.
Whether it is at Foursquare Oval, Lucas Street, or Edgbaston in a test match heading for 100.
Yes, correct.
222 for 8. I know it looks like the possibility, but your eyes are sharper than mine, and you have the benefit of looking on the big field apart from the stream.
Yeah, that was the
Persol?
drop chance. Yes, that was.
Yeah, dropped it low. Captain in Pickwick. How many seasons now for you, Rohan?
It's been a while actually. I did a couple of seasons before I left, before COVID.
Yes.
Yes, I did a couple of seasons where we went into lockdown and there was no cricket. I was in England for 2 years, and then the season I came back, I took back up the mantle, and I've been captain since then again. And we had our AGM on Thursday, and I guess they were nice enough to give me a bat. So I'm captain again for the next year.
Heartiest congratulations again. How much do you enjoy it though?
Honestly, I enjoy it a lot. Playing cricket, yes, I know I've been playing for a while, but one of the most beneficial parts of the game right now is just seeing the youngsters come through.
That's another wicket
Yes,
going down. Leg before wicket?
yes, it looks so. But yes, one of the biggest benefits is seeing the youngsters come through, because we do have a lot of youngsters in our team who have a lot of potential, not just to be doing well at this level, but also to make a name or push to play first class for Barbados. We have Antonio Morris, who represented West Indies under 19. We have Preston Clark, who represented Barbados under 19. Shamar Ford, who represented Barbados under 19. He's also a great wicketkeeper. I think he's one of the best in the island. Micaiah Simmons, again, I said I think he's a really good batsman.
Yeah.
We have Jatario Prescott, also another Barbados under 19 player. Sandre Baptiste, another Barbados under 19 player. So we have a lot of talented youngsters in 11. And just seeing their development and helping them to understand how club cricket and professional cricket can possibly be played, because what we realize is that combined schools cricket is a very, very different to club cricket and the culture that we play.
The last man, Rashid Edwin, belatedly, in the circumstances, heads out to the middle, but he's not going to be timed out. He's managed to cross the line with 5 seconds to go. What is your take, Rohan, on the decision by the Barbados Cricket Association to have the competition from an elite perspective now semi-professional, that's the term being used, couple dollars in the pockets of the players?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not going to disagree with it, but what I think the BCA is aiming to do is to get the cricket to a place where we will have the best players on the island representing top level teams, getting the best out of players, and their first step is to pay the elite players, and then maybe establish a semi-professional league with where you have a draft and you have a couple of teams where you have the best players in Barbados playing top level cricket, maybe even full time, paying them to practice during the week. Because when I went to the meeting, that's what they said that the goal is, to get to Barbados cricket in a place where we are paying players to practice, paying players to play, and that would improve the quality of cricket in Barbados. They also said that they want to help clubs and create a better club life and a club environment, because they say that club cricket is dying. So they want to also help the clubs. So they're not only paying the players, they're also establishing and giving the clubs a grant win every game that elite plays.
Based on the stroke that Edwin has played off his first delivery, I think he's sending a message to you that he's far better than rank number 11.
Yeah, we have batting right down to the 11.
Yes. I see a lot of energy coming from Prescott when he has the ball in hand. There's a lot of talk going around, Rohan, about genuine fast bowlers. How do you rate him in terms of genuine pace?
In terms of genuine pace, Jatario's a medium pace. I think one of his greatest assets is the fact that he's really tall. So the fact that he's tall helps him to hit the pitch hard and to get extra bounce and extra bounce out of the surface. Unfortunately, he doesn't always use it because, as I said, he's still learning. But the guy is always very supportive. I just remind him, use his height when he runs into ball, hit the crease hard, hit the wicket hard, use his height to extract whatever bounce. And he actually has a big skill set as well, because he swings the ball both ways. And sometimes, if the conditions are where, he gets seam movement out of the pitch as well.
Is this 228 for 9 Pickwick in their second innings? That's an overall lead of 289. We're talking with their captain, Rohan Ryan. The BCA has implemented a new rule with penalties for slow over rate this season. Please give us your take on it, because in this particular game, for instance, that yesterday play would have started 25 minutes earlier because of what transpired on the opening day.
Yes, I think both teams benefited from penalty runs in this game. We got eight penalty runs in our first innings, and Windward got 12 in theirs, because we were 3 overs short and they were 2 overs short, which is 4 runs per over.
I see your former president, Philip Nichols, is suggesting that Philo and I were quarreling. That's his word. When Pickwick didn't declare. And perhaps he's not hearing us all together well, but your captain, Philip, I can tell you, as in Nichols and not in Hackett. No, well, yes, it comes to a fitting climax with the last wicket going down, but Rohan has been brilliant in explaining that 2 of his seamers were not, or are not, let me use the present, are not fit enough to bowl, and hence the reason for Pickwick prolonging their innings. So now all and sundry know. So we can ease off jamming the coach, Andrew Emptage. We can ease off Rohan Ryan, who's come to the fore to explain what has happened. So are you here, Mr. Nichols? Well,
Yeah.
that's my good old friend Lumpy, you see, so we go back a long, long way. I don't know if you know that when he was at Harrison College, he used to captain the team, and he was one of the biggest swipers in local cricket.
No, I didn't know that.
No, you know. 229 all out, Rohan. I know you have to get yourself ready. 229 all out after resuming today on 75 for 4 in their second innings. And therefore, that's an overall lead of 291 the victory target. Your opportunity for closing remarks. It really has been a pleasure having you
Thanks, Keith.
on the BCA radio stream. But your parting words, Rohan.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for having me, and we could look forward to seeing Pickwick climb our way.
Yeah, I like your positive vibes, you know. And I was reminding my daughter yesterday, Melanie, your old schoolmate at Queen's College. She's in for a couple of weeks, and she actually was watching you when you were batting with the expectation that you would have scored a half century. And while we were discussing you, suddenly you were caught at the wicket.
Yeah. It's not been the best starts to the season for me, but I still feel good out there at the crease when I'm batting, so I could expect runs to come.
Okay, well, all of the best for the rest of the season. And again, you've been a wonderful guest, and you've explained why Pickwick decided to bat on in a game that will now end in a very tame draw.
Okay. All right, thanks, Keith. Thanks
You're
for
most
having me.
welcome, Rohan.
All right.
Yeah, cheers. So, the Pickwick second innings finally coming to an end, having resumed today on 75 for 4 and bowled out for 229. They made 261 in their first innings. In the second innings, Grant 22, Simmons 12, Ryan, the captain, 14, Holder 6, Kyle Hope 72 to follow his first innings, 78, top scoring in both innings, 118 balls, 3 fours, 421. Baptiste 55 from 82 balls with 4 fours and 2 sixes. Jilts didn't score. Best 13, Prescott 5, not out. Edwin 4, and the wickets fell at 27, 50, 53, 71, 110, 201, 207, 211, 224, and 229. Hoyt 15 overs, 1 for 41. Not a single maiden over was bowled. Griffith 12 overs, 2 for 63. Roberts 1 over, none for 8. Lewis 12 overs, 4 for 62. Wiggins 10 overs, none for 31. And Roach 5 overs and 3 balls, 2 for 19. So I think we've had a signal. So Philip Hackett, our producer, will come and give you the information, as I suspect that is it. Philip?
Yes, the teams have apparently agreed to call it quits, and therefore the match has been abandoned as a draw.
Yeah, so I'm just making a signal to Philo. Tennyson.
Yes, so Keith, the players just exchanging pleasantries, if you will. We're trying to get the captain of the Windward team, Tennyson Roach Jr. Tennyson, welcome to the microphone. And So the match ended in a draw. Well, tell us how that came about.
Basically, we batted the whole day. We thought that they would give us a score, but it basically came down to a dead rubber. Yeah, it basically came down to a dead rubber. So both me and the Pickwick captain, I decided to call it a day because basically it's nothing in the game now.
Okay, well, yeah, very, very understandable. But your own impressions of how the game has actually gone, your own immediate review. I know you will sit down with your team, or at least I imagine you will, and review the game and see, how you can move forward and what improvements can be made. But your general thoughts on the match as a contest?
I think that we came back well. Obviously, Pickwick had us in a tough situation last week. I really back 34 or so, and for 4. And we came back and we got batting points, which is good for us. We didn't get the most points of the game between two teams, but at least we still get some batting points and some bowling points, and then we get one there for the draw. So it just for us, I have to keep collecting points, don't get beat, and just try to collect, as I said, the batting points, bowling points, and hopefully a win can come for us soon.
Yes, because I wouldn't want to be in a position like last year. You were pretty close to relegation, weren't you?
No, we actually came 4th last year. So last year leading into, I guess, this part of the season, we were actually in the top 4, I think it was. Yeah, so last year we started off well compared to this year. Currently we're at the bottom of the table. So the tides have changed a bit, but I'm sure that the boys will bounce back soon, especially heading on the road. And hopefully the situation that we're in will turn in our favor soon.
This would be your third year in the competition?
Second year in Elite, yeah.
Yeah, in the competition, right. So how concerned are you though about your position coming into this game with only the school team below yourself and Pickwick?
Honestly, we just got to keep looking at positives. And when we look at positives, we only have 1 loss for the season, which is our first game. So as I said, just keep collecting the batting points and bowling points, and hopefully a win a return for us, because the points are still close. 1 win could
make a big difference.
Yeah, it could make a big difference.
Right. So in terms of your talent pool, though, I would imagine you're pretty satisfied. You've got some talented players, no doubt. How are you moving forward in terms of, are you still on the hunt, let's say, for more talent, or you think that you've got the nucleus of what you need to work with?
I think the batting department basically takes care of itself, but it's just the bowling department. Obviously, having some players away sometimes. Amari Goodrich is not here. Obviously, he's on Westing's academy duties. Shaquan Bell just came back from England studying, so he's not playing currently. But
other than that, he came in as a substitute.
Yeah, he came in as a substitute, so obviously he's not really bowling. Chad Williams, he did not play this game. He played last game because obviously he's struggling with his knee a bit.
Okay.
So yeah, the bowling department still needs some work, but we know what we have, and we try to take care of business with what we have.
Okay. All right. Well, all I can do then is wish you all the best moving forward. You would have been very disappointed in the last game, just 1 wicket away from an outright win, which would have made all the difference.
Correct. Yeah, definitely. That game basically and sums up how the season has been going for us so far. But as I said, we just got to keep looking at the positives. We can't dwell too much on what has gone by already, and just look ahead of us, and hopefully, as I said, get some wins on the road and get moving as a team.
Just one more thing, though. This is your first game back.
Yeah, my
right.
first game.
After looking after your health, how has it been? You're back now for the first time, your first game of the season. How does it feel?
It feels good to be back. Obviously, I didn't get runs in this game, but I got a score in the 50 over. But obviously, it's good to be back playing and running around and with the guys again, doing something that I love. So yeah, it has been a challenging time the first half of the year, but obviously I'm just still looking forward to the rest of the season and many great to come.
Okay, so all the best to you on the personal level, health-wise and cricket-wise, and all the best to your team as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks for speaking with us. ending in a draw, and the two teams opt in to call it quits. So So, the match at Lucas Street ending in a draw. The two captains decided enough is enough. But Linden Yard, there's cricket elsewhere. And over at Races, you've got a contest there between Spartan and Gladiola. And at this point in time, Gladiola ahead by 121 runs with 5 wickets standing. Not a whole lot of time left, so one would think that that match could be heading in a similar direction to the one at Lucas Street.
Yes, good afternoon to you, or good evening to you, Philip, and to viewers. Young with Sean Worrell on 59. I think the interest here will be whether he can get himself to 100. Ashley Nurse is on 26. He could probably think about getting a half century himself, but clearly time is of the essence here. The weather is good, however, at 4 o'clock on my time, and I'm sure the umpires then will be hovering around that. Around 5:15 and 5:20 the light will begin to go. So clearly this game is heading for a dead rubber as well. I guess it's all about landmarks.
Well, for a moment there, Ben, you said that Rashawn Worrell would be looking to get a century, and Ashley Nurse. I thought you were going to say Ashley Nurse would be looking to get to a century before him. If you know Ashley Nurse, that's not at all impossible. He's got 26 off 23 balls. Already got a century this season, hasn't he? So he's in good nick, and you know Ashley Nurse doesn't waste time. But yes,
I think for Ashley here, it'd be a matter of just trying to damage the prey of the Spartan, Fusion Boutique Spartan side, simply because that they have lost the first innings point. And again, a top of the table clash, you know, so you just want to inflict some damage. So I won't be surprised if he just chooses to be the aggressor here rather than just play out the time until probably the final 15 overs start, because I'm sure they haven't reached that stage as yet. And that is scheduled for 4:30, usually 4:30, the start of the last 15 overs. So maybe you'll see how he approaches this in this here. Michael Sorbers into the attack, and then for 23. So you would say that the Spartan side will be the happier of the two sides.
But yes, especially after the type of start to the season they had when they were totally blown away. Well, I said totally blown away. It didn't seem as though that would happen halfway through the game, the opening game against the champions. But then in the second innings, that was a totally different set of a totally different affair, really, in the second innings when Spartan got bowled out for less than 100 and ended up losing to the champions. But what they've done here now, since then, they've redeemed themselves appreciably and now getting the better so far of the leaders in the competition this season.
Well, what I'll say, going back to that very first game where the Spartan side, I think they got up to about 290 odd.
Yes, in the first innings.
The first day.
And it looked as though, oh, yes,
and
okay, this is a rebound.
Basically, to sum it up, they snatched defeat. Well, definitely not from the jaws of victory, but from the draws of a draw.
Yes.
So the snatch defeat, you know, and for me, that put a rubber stamp on how the tournament is going to go. I think all the teams, there were 5 victories in that series. I'm still waiting for the those who keep statistics like Keith Holder, Etal have questioned Leslie Reefer, several players of that vintage. Can you recall for me, back in your playing time, when you were playing that, the first series of games that all the games resulted in the top flight game, back it was Division One, resulted in an outright victory? I think back then the only teams likely to be defeated would have been the combined schools, and that's before they turned combined schools
Barbados
north
Youth.
and south,
Oh, yeah.
and then Barbados Youth and the BCL. Those were predominantly two teams that are likely to lose. And given the fact that back then there would have been no covers,
Yes.
I could have understand if all the teams lost during that first series. But to have all the games covered, the game that was affected was the Spartan game, and they also lost to Wildy in that opening round. I think that was the only game that had maybe the odd stoppages, maybe 3 or 4 stoppages in that game, but still to lose like that sent a negative statement where I'm concerned. And like I said, the cricket just seemed to be heading in a serious nosedive, and this is a perfect example here. This game that was called off momentarily, it was unbelievable stuff where you have two teams, ESAF Fields Pickwick and the Windward side, where you can't fault the Windward side because they're the team that are desperate for points. And Pickwick, with this negative approach that they have carried for quite some time, they won the first game in that series against schools, Barbados Youth, and apparently that's just the team that they're just hovering above, along with I think Wanderers and Windwards that they're just above.
Wanderers just above them, yeah.
Right, Wanderers just above them. So to just be sitting above this team that you defeated in the first series of games, and just be hovering around the latter part of the table where you are not exempt from demotion like the school, Barbados Youth. I think, it was really horrific what I watched here today. And as you normally say, you wouldn't invite a schoolboy to watch, but having said that, there was basically no persons actually here watching the game other than those of us who had to turn my work.
Some people could describe it even as cowardly. Yes, you don't have your strongest bowler in attack, Rondre here, but of course, they're big wicket takers and playing. But if you really believe that Windward would score 250 runs after tea to win a game, well, if you believe that your bowling is that poor, then you should opt, to my mind, to play in the first division, not the elite.
I agree with you 100%. You have an attack that is spearheaded by Tino Best. Yes, he's 45. Yes, he's long past his days, but he still continues to be a threat in this cricket. And there are many people, or I can't say there's any persons I know that beats, on any given day. Jatario Prescott, young upcoming fast bowler that we're talking about. So when you look at that, yes, there would be minus 100 here was Preston Clark, that bowling attack, but you still got Gerald Jitz who could hold his end. So I think that they ought to have given themselves a chance. For example, half an hour before lunch.
Give Windward a chance. I put it this way: give Windward a chance to mess up. Give him a chance to mess up.
Exactly.
Because I'm saying that even although I really felt that, from a cricketing perspective, if you're serious about your cricket, you really had the ability to push on just a little bit more and reach that 250 lead, let's say with about half an hour or so, to give Windward about 20 minutes batting before tea, which is a pressure situation.
Exactly.
They may lose a wicket or two, but if they don't, then you can just shut things down in the final session. But you're giving them a chance, they put it that way, give them a chance to mess up, because if they go up there and they lose a couple of wickets, as we saw last week towards the end of play, then you come back out. So you've got them under pressure twice. You've got a 20-minute period where there's pressure because they don't want to lose a wicket before tea. And whether they lose, and if they do lose a wicket, then they come back out after tea under pressure again. So you have nothing to lose, really. And if you really believe that Windward, a team that is not seen as a bully, let's say, at this level, a team trying to find its way itself, can come out and knock your bowling around for 250 runs in the afternoon after tea, when on a day that you've had some rain, it's kind of cloudy, so you're not going to get play way past 5:30, even if you do get to 5:30. If you believe that, I'll say it again, you should ask the BCA to put you in the first division and not the elite, because there'll be nothing elite about you if you don't have the confidence to defend 250 runs after tea. Now, this is not to say that things can't happen. Who would have thought Jamaica would have beaten Barbados in that opening round? Things do happen. But I'm saying that you should not believe the Barbados team did not go into that declaration believing that they would lose. But Jamaica played some brilliant cricket and won. But Barbados, credit to them, would have had the confidence that they could have won the game, as they should have had that confidence. And I'm saying that Pickwick really and truly obviously has no confidence in the bowling attack. And I think that's really disappointing.
And like you already said, they don't have the confidence in their bowling attack. But the stage of the game and the importance of getting valuable points at this stage before the hurricane season starts next week. It starts on June 1st. And if you can get your points and get yourself into a good position, they're not in a good position. And with Windwards, I think they're also not in a good position. They have had 4 home games. They don't have a lot of points to show for it. They're on the road next 2 series, I think, against UWI and Willie, if my memory serves me correct.
Well,
So
if your
those are
memory
two
serves me correct,
formidable-
that's going to be tough because
Exactly.
UWI seems to be finding its way. Well, Wildy is a strong team.
Right. So basically, they can't count points on the road. If you didn't get points home, it's going to be difficult to get points on the road. So I think that this would have been their last or prime opportunity to try to salvage some points, which means they would more than
They probably would have gone after the runs.
after the runs, even if they found themselves in some trouble, say 105 for 5, where then you say, all right, we're going to shut a shot and play it safe. So rather than give all out 12 points for the victory, we can play it safe and we just work batting, bowling, and first innings points, you know, and you could walk away with that. Well, so be it. But to play this negative cricket that the ESAF feels Pickwick adopted, and I'm going to bring Tails out of school because there was a bone of contention and a very topical discussion the Pickwick side about the allowance of the substitute player involved in the game, and it makes for a very interesting discussion where young Joshua Branch, who was injured in a collision with his teammate Seth Agard on Sunday, he was not in this Division 1 fixture, this elite fixture. But it actually took place in a 50 over game. So like you say, you got white ball and red ball. It was a white ball fixture where he got injured, and he was allowed a concussion player. So that is a debate that the Pickwick side will be looking at. So it will be interesting to hear what comes out of that if they take it any further. It's worth some debate, because I think if it has happened, and maybe it ought to be re-examined with the match referees and the umpires involved, and the rules. What does the rules speak to directly? And that being said, it will prevent it from happening in future games if it's handled correctly. And whether they press the issue to see what comes out of it, I think, like I said, that's sour grapes, but it's a very, very good point. And I think when you cross-examine it carefully, it's going from one game into a next game altogether. It's different if you're being selected on national duty.
Yes.
Then you are allowed a replacement player per whatever game you're playing, because you've been selected for national duty. That was not national duty, as it was the case with the injury to young Joshua Branch. And like I said, it came up as a meaty discussion within the Pickwick setup. But having said that, you had every opportunity here to press for a win. You didn't press for a win, and now you're going to just press a button lightly. I should say lightly, tread lightly. You press a button of an issue that could be a very meaty and healthy issue. Whether it has any bearing on the outcome of the game, that's definitely seeing young Shaquan Bell battle beautifully for his 53. And the players are saying, under what terms and conditions was he allowed to replace young Branch as a concussion player? But that's water on the bridge. That can be, the plant can be watered, and we see whether it shoots up out of the ground. You know, so you aren't missing anything. 51, the partnership between Ashley Nurse and Rashawn Worrell. And it is superb blend Gladiator, 165 for 5 of 41 overs. Nurse, 32 from 29 deliveries, better than a runner ball. And Rashawn Worrell, who has been in rich frame form, 68 from 131 deliveries. And it looks to be the water break. I see Ashley Nurse just replacing his gloves. The stumps are pretty much still in position, so that is the water break. At the Empire ground, where the Empire side took first innings lead over Willie, Cheyenne Bradford is now on 12, Mario Albert, the keeper, is now on 3, and Empire in their second innings is in a other parts and accessories. Empire 27 for 2, a game that is very much likely to go down in a tame draw. with the Rains playing a very important part in today's fixtures, today's 4 series of fixtures. Day number 3, Empire lead by 76 runs. So this game clearly is heading for a twin draw with Desmond Currency. He's picked up 2 for 12.
Yeah, well, Lyndon, I've got some news here to share with our listeners and viewers. It's related to the under 13 competition, the playoff matches for the 2026 BCA Everton under 13 competition. And there's supposed to be 2 semi-finals, one on the 26th of May and one on the 28th of May. The one on the 26th is supposed to be Harrison College versus Milo Lodge at Empire. And 2 days later on the 28th, Nichols Bacon Commonmere B versus St. Leonard's also at Empire. And the BCA, they've announced that both matches have been postponed until further notice. Both of those matches have been postponed until further notice. So there'll be no under 13 semi-final playoff on May 26th or on May 28th as previously advertised. Those matches have been postponed until further notice.
Well, that is good to have that information as earnestly, as quick as possible. For those of you who are planning to make your way down to represent these respective sides, as here is an educated edge between the keeper and the slip. The slip should have gone for that, and it brings 4 runs to Brathwaite, and 3s and 4s at Empire, so he's up to 15, and he's now 30 for loss of 2. And I think these are the only 2 games going on with this game here at Lucas Street between Windward and Pickwick, ending in a tame draw. The game at Wanderers was also abandoned due to seepage on the southern end of the Wanderers ground. That encounter between Wanderers and UWI, who were set to resume in the second innings 28-1, having dismissed Wanderers for 190 after UWI in the first inning has scored 224 all out. So it's getting pretty interesting, and with the hurricane season beckoning, you know, like I said, the importance of getting valuable points at this stage is critical. And I think Empire themselves will be celebrating a week of activities now that we have them on stream. Let's see if I can come across that info. A week of activities for the Empire side.
We have a situation where the match between YMPC and Barbados Youth, which was won by YMPC earlier, that may very well be the only outright result then, because you've had the abandoned match at Wonders, you've had the abandoned match at Lucas Street, and that just leaves the match between Spartan and Gladiola, which seems to be heading for a draw, and likewise the match in Bank Hall, which seems to be destined for the same outcome.
It'll be interesting to see what position the points attained by YMPC, Bayview Hospital Urgent Care YMPC. The points attained positions them in the table, because basically they've been hot and cold for the season, and they got a nice victory over Windward, just put them in good stead. And now they've also taken out the lightweight Barbados Youth, and it'll be interesting to see what that point stand, points gained from that game, how it positions them in the table, because for me they are one of the teams that are also struggling. But you know, this competition, I don't think that there are any outstanding teams in here. What I can say for the competition is that the Empire side is the only side in Elite not to have been demoted, and the side in Elite not to have been demoted. And having said that, that should stand them the side. Doesn't mean that they are much better than most of the sides. So I think it's a seesaw. It's on the day, and you can't swear for each and any team per se. So as I was mentioning to viewers, the Empire Sports and Social Club celebrating 112 years of existence. The legacy continues, and established in 1914, historically known as the Empire Club, is one of the oldest and most legendary sporting institutions in Barbados and the West Indies. And they'll be having a week of activities, and I could tell you that they would have started with a church service today at the All Saints Anglican Church. I don't know if you made
All
that.
Souls.
All
All
Souls
Souls, yeah.
Anglican Church. Philip, I don't know. I don't think you made that down.
No, I didn't make that. It was challenging enough to make service at Calvary and make it to cricket as well. I didn't need the extra challenge.
And the elite fixture going on between Empire and Wildy also taking place at the venue. So it's a good time for them on Monday, the 25th. This is Whit Monday. Tomorrow night there's a tape ball fixture featuring Empire Youth cricket game at 12 p.m. So they'll start with that fixture, and then in the night time, Empire versus the Select 11, the tape ball 11, beginning at 7 p.m. So you're asked to go and contribute towards the Empire as the legacy continues as they celebrate 112 years of existence. Whit Monday, Bank Hall. If you aren't doing anything, you are invited down to the Empire ground to spend the entire day. You can watch Empire Youth in a cricket game at 12 p.m. and then at 7 p.m. a table encounter featuring Empire and a Select 11. On Tuesday the 26th, speaking of Empire, they're 32 for 2 in the process of over number 9. Just haven't been completed, and it can't be long before this game is also grinded to a halt. Tuesday 26th, Empire, sponsored by Rude Boy, will have a 6-a-side showdown tournament. Empire Rude Boy 6-a-side tournament. I don't know if you're available for that tournament. Phil, I think it's football.
Available to watch?
To watch.
Okay.
You've declared yourself early. Wednesday the 27th, pickle and games night. Phil, I know
I could maybe get available for that.
For the games or the pickle?
Either or both.
So mix and mingle evening at the Empire Sports Club on Wednesday the 27th, pickle and games night. On Thursday the 28th, health fair. And I'm sure that Phil Wallace and Keith Holder will be very much interested in this health fair on Thursday 20th at the Empire Ground. They celebrate the week of activities, celebrating 112 years in existence. This wonderful sporting institution, a community powerhouse in that Bank Hall area. On Friday 29th, this is where I could come in here. Karaoke, prizes to be won. On Friday the 29th is karaoke night, prizes to be won. And of course, Saturday the 30th, the Elite Cricket continues where Empire will face Signal Globe Financial Barbados Cricket Association Youth. And that is coming up on Saturday the 30th. They face Signal Globe Financial Barbados Youth in that Elite fixture. That is series number 5 at the Bank Hall ground. And
you leave note the most important part of that, though. The after cricket lime and more.
The after cricket lime and more. I was struggling to pick that part up, Philip.
Yes.
Your eyes are better than mine, even though I have on my glasses. The after cricket part and more. So you're invited to the Empire Ground on Saturday all week long. And it continues in earnest on Saturday. The after cricket lime and more. So I'll be there for that. The after cricket lime and more. I'll also be there tomorrow night for the Empire versus...
You're playing in the tape ball game?
Well, I prefer to talk it these days than play.
Oh, you're having commentary on the tape ball game?
Yes,
Oh, great.
Well,
yes, I forget. Sometimes you have commentary within the ground.
Yeah,
it's
it's all about entertainment.
But yeah, that's
and
true.
I think that night cricket has its part to play in the community around Barbados, as does football, sport. And it helps to keep the youngsters, let's say, out of trouble, so to speak. It can take up 3 to 4 hours of your time, and then by the time you're finished, then there's just enough time to go home and have a fresh.
Not enough time
you
to
need anything
vegetables.
to eat. Exactly. So I will be there definitely on Monday night and a couple of nights during the week. So you're asked one and all to come out and support the Empire Club as they celebrate 112 years of existence in the community of powerhouse word of a club in existence in Barbados, 112 years on. What a contribution they have made to the landscape of Barbados, not only in cricket, hockey. Very, very strong in the days of hockey as well. Dominoes is a growing sport throughout the Caribbean, throughout the diaspora, and Empire is no different setup. You can go, there's always something to eat coming out of the kitchen. The bar is always well stocked. There's always loads of conversations to be had. And of course, you can traverse the pavilion as Ashley Nurse, after being taken on the hand, surrenders his wicket. Soft dismissal, caught behind by keeper Teron Gibson. And he's gone for 32. 165 for 5 becomes 165 for loss of 6. And Achilles Brown picking up that wicket. 1 for 9 off 1 over and 3 deliveries. But a soft dismissal for Ashley Nurse.
But yeah, disappointing way to go, but he was annoyed with himself too. But I don't think that will do a whole lot to change the complexion of the game, unless, well, I said unless there's a very rapid decline and they're all out in the next 10 or 15 runs. But even then, you've got maybe, if that were to happen, if they were to be dismissed 5 minutes from now, which is impossible since, 4 wickets to go, if you add 2 minutes, that's 8 minutes would be the minimum time. So if the innings ends, let's say, even 15 minutes from now, that would leave less than an hour of light. I'm not even getting to the overs. The overs, yes, that's what you're playing by, but the overs can only bowl if there's light. And therefore, you can have 15 overs left to be bowled, and there has to end because of bad light. So I'm going by light. And if at a 4:45, 20 minutes from now, if they were to start batting, they would have less than, I would estimate, the maximum would be 1 hour of light. And I don't even think, maybe given the weather conditions today, if the light would hold on till a 4:45. So I don't see a team scoring 140 runs in an hour unless the bowlers decide to, I don't know, toss up the ball like you're bowling to 6-year-olds.
But
and even then,
somebody play will come in terms of rate of lost and found balls.
Exactly. So even then, the ball being lost alone with the boundaries and so on. So I think we can safely say this game will end in a draw regardless. I suppose that's how it goes. You can't really complain because, as you pointed out in the first round, all the matches had results, and I think in the previous round, all but one had results.
Correct.
So we've had our fair share of results over the past 3 series. So if we get an abundance of draws, well, we shouldn't complain too much.
But I think they haven't been the most exciting results. Basically, some lopsided results have emerged out of the situation that, take for example, the same Spartan first game. Who could have envisioned Spartan having scored 296 on day 1 or 294? And to lose on day 3 and lose comfortably with 3 interruptions. It just spoke to the quality of the cricket. 167 for loss of 6, 42.5 overs. Superb Glenn Gladly lead by 140 runs in a game that is destined to be another one of those drawn games. And just to further give kudos to the Empire side, who has celebrated 112 years of existence. It was founded on the 24th of May 1914. And the club has a rich legacy formed out of the vision of Herman.
That's actually today. Well, not today, but the direct. You said the 14th or the 24th?
Yeah.
Oh, the 14th. Sorry, I thought you said the
May
24th.
24th, actually. May 24th.
Yeah, so today would be the exact anniversary, so to speak.
Exactly. A legacy of the vision of Herman Griffith, former Barbados and West Indies pioneer. And the Empire Club, of course, have produced several icons and legends of West Indies cricket, including Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weekes, Sir Charles Griffith, Sir Conrad Hunt, and Seymour Nurse. So I don't think you can want it any steeper than those 5. Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weekes, Sir Charles Griffith, Sir Conrad Hunt, and Seymour Nurse, of which only Sir Charles Griffith is alive. But it's good to have the veteran with us, and I'm sure that he'll be there to support the Empire Club during this week of activities as they celebrate 112 years of existence, a staple in the community of Barbados.
And you played for that club as well. I know you played for a couple of other clubs as well, but I mean, you played there, I almost said as a young man, but you're still a young man, but as a younger man. And sometimes as young people, when we do things, we do them because it's just what's in front of us. We just do it. And sometimes we don't really think a whole lot about it or the significance of it. With some of us, not everyone. But I don't know what your thought process was or what you were thinking back then when you played for Empire as a fast bowler. But looking back on it now, and maybe coupling that with how you felt then, what was the significance to you of playing for a club like Empire?
Well, when I ventured to Empire, I think it would have been 1993. Between 90, no, it could have been 93. It might more have been 95, 96. When I would have ventured, I would have moved from Barbados Workers Union for 1 year, then to Malvern for 2 years, then to YMPC. And after leaving YMPC, I ventured to the Empire Club. I thought it was time for me to move from YMPC. Things weren't going my way. And as a young man trying to find my feet, I shopped around to see where I could fit in, where I can have the opportunity. And Empire, I thought that despite the fact that they have a rich legacy, when it's a rich legacy, most of the test players or Barbados players represented Empire. So you always know that it's always going to be tough to go there and fit in. But I figured, look, with Sam Skeet as one of the leading bowlers, Patterson Thompson, Victor Walcott. And I think between Sam Skeet and Victor Walcott, I worked out for myself that those two would consistently be more overseas than they would be home. So it offered me the opportunity. I might not play the whole season, but it means I have to perform. And I opted to go there as opposed to going to St. Catherine's, who had the 4 pit bulls. Spartan was not a consideration simply because the wicket was bone flat.
Not only that, you would get 2 overs and then the spinners would take over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you have to look and see where you're going to fit in, that you can give yourself the opportunity. One was a no. Again, the wicket bone flat again, no help for pace. And I thought that with a green top at Empire, I would have an opportunity. Apple was the curator then. I made the move, came across Stephen Allen, God rest his soul. Then you run the likes of Roland Holder, Carlisle Best, Jeremy Allens, Sherlin Graves, Mike Innes. I felt pampered. I felt covered. So all that I was required to do was to bowl a new ball, either with Sam Skeet or Patterson Thompson at one end. And just to sit in the dressing room, I was in awe. Every day you go in the dressing room to hear the stories coming out and the way the fellas approached play. And I can say that it was completely different from how YMPC, Malvern or BW will have approached cricket. So you tell that cricket is stages. And you listen. Back then, Charlie Griffin was also part of the management as well, and no Sir Charles River. So when you listen to the depth of knowledge with the West Indies, what it means to play for Empire, what Empire stands for in the community, you know, I like I said, I was always in awe. And when given the opportunity to perform, I gave it my all. I could say that I didn't have a lot to do because the batting would hardly get out of me. And so that was a plus. And I didn't went there looking for batting. I went there figured that I could get some bowling. And I was allowed to open the bowling with Sam Skeet and Patterson Thompson, either at both ends from time to time. So it was a good run. Of course, Shirley Grave didn't hesitate to call for the ball quickly. Carlisle Best also didn't hesitate to call for the ball because these fellas simply wanted to bat. They said simply wanted to bat.
So the faster you get the opposition out,
exactly, the more batting they will get, you know. Yeah. But like I said, it was a learning process, and I don't see it existing these days within the cricket because I can tell you the countless times, and I must have been between the ages of, I would say, 22 and 26. And sometimes 11 o'clock, 11:30, you're still in the dressing room.
Wow.
The drinks are coming. It is all cricket from time cricket done till the last man leave, till the last man left, you know, and then you look in hindsight for who you can be, who's your competition next game, and then you will hear the stories of BT's coming over. So you know you got Bird, you got Llewellyn Tell, you got Leonard Hudson, Courtney Brown, you know, Livy Coppin. So the cricket standard was so high.
I saw your expression change when you said Livy Coppin, and I guess that's a memory of the pain that you would have had as a bowler to get Livy Coppin out.
Oh yes, because it was no run up and just get them out just like that. Yeah. You know, you would have the heated conversation. Some will talk, some won't talk, and you got to be able to negate, work your way through that.
Yes.
You know, you got to pick your fights. You always had the support of the Empire back in. And I remember one game in particular, is before he actually went to Empire, that game in particular, Empire versus YMPC. Mark Eswick, who is always up for a fight. Winston Reed, Stephen Lord, always up for, and YMPC always was that kind of side that they go with the intention to win. It didn't matter whether you're Empire, Spartan, St. Catherine, it didn't matter to them. They weren't only targeting like the combined schools and BCL.
Right.
They believe my estimate thing was that he can beat every side. He's up for the challenge. You know, and I remember having a conversation in the dressing room. Well, I wasn't part of the conversation because I was a junior. I was unknown basically. And Carlisle Best was sitting next to me in the dressing room. And Winston Reed said, "Man, we can let go of this young man here on you." And Bessie asked, "Who's this young man?" And he said yard. He said, man, only 1 yard right here, that's cramped yard. And the more lashes he get, he would never come back to umpire. You know? And I said nothing. And the games continued. Patterson Thompson was the feared fast bowler back then, and it was the cricket was so tough that Patterson Thompson hardly uses the bat. So umpire would be 183. You could guarantee the declaration will come because the man is going to let go paddle on you.
Right.
You know, and paddle he was lightning fast.
Yes.
He also had a dangerous ball called a beamer.
Oh, there.
And I remember.
Not intentionally, of course, but you don't have to answer that.
I'm not going to answer that, but I'll say this. I remember in that clash. Remember, we had the debate in the dressing room. I was a youngster, so he took my place. I can't be disrespectful to people who are older than me. And it was more of a learned situation. 176 for loss of a 6 Super Blend Gladiola, lead by 149 runs against Fusion Boutique Spartan in a game that's headed for a draw. So getting back to the story, and I remember coming out, and Padua came up, bowled a short ball, hit it out over the wall for 4s and 6s, and I remember rolling holder.
This is where
at Bank Hall.
And it was 4s and 6s.
3s and 4s.
Okay.
So I call it 6, which is a 4.
Okay.
And they said the Padua man running bowl the ball, so they got there's 4 slips in the gully.
And you were playing for YMPC at
I'm
this
playing
point.
for YMPC.
Right.
4 slips in the gully.
Uh-huh.
I've already got a beef lineup with Carlisle Best. That'll be Sahel.
Right.
You know. So here's this short ball dispatch. And I know Padua had been playing cricket along with Padua in the various under 19 tournaments. And along came this beamer. So when this beamer came, I ducked. And they had a drop down on my buttocks. And the ball passed over the top of the stump. The umpire, I wouldn't call his name, didn't even say no ball. And I remember Rolanda came up from behind the stump. He was
the keeper.
Our first slip. Ricky Hoyt was the keeper.
Okay.
And he came up alongside me and he says to me, says to Palo, he think he could bowl fast. Let him show him what it's like. And I thought that was the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard.
He said to Pado to show you what it's like.
What was fast bowling all about. So here's a man who gave me a beamer. I escaped the beamer. The ball passed over the top of the stump and my helmet. And all Roland had to say was that let him show him what fast bowling is all about. No apologies, nothing. So I got up. I'm always one for a fight. And I walked straight down to Ricky Hoyt. And I walked straight across in front of the 4 slip in the gully. Somebody is going to get back the beamer. Those were my words. And I'm fighting fire with fire. So if you don't have the decency to apologize or tell him, well, you know, that's not fair. So I said, somebody's going to get back the beamer. And I remember when it was my turn to bowl then, because they had Joseph Coppin and Neil Norville. Both of whom I am quicker than. But I never really like to use a new ball. So kind of Mars kept me like a surprise weapon. So I came on, the score was like 36 without loss. And I bowled a short ball and Bessie crunched on it through the covers. No, I sank a short ball for his boxer. And it went over his head and it was right in front of his face. And he said to me, Reedy, this young man don't have any respect. And Reedy said to him, he isn't afraid. He's going to come at you. Because basically I'm taking a drive. I know Bessie could bat. I watch him time after time after time. And I bowled a 3/4 length ball. And Carlisle hit this ball through the covers off the back foot. And the peeling at back off a bang. It was the most disdainful sound I heard. And I turned short in the bowler's crease. So this time instead of going down his face, I turned short. And before I could reach by the umpire, Bessie behind me with the bat, doing gardening. You turn very short, you turn very short, you turn very short, you're a cartoon character.
You know what?
You're cartoon character, you know. So the battle was on. So Mark said to me, Lyndon, Boogie want the square leg back. I said, no, Mark, Bessie ain't hook yet. And I gave him a short ball, stuffed him. He caught it to Roy Coppin, went to the catch, standing alongside the umpire. Back then.
So you got him out with the second ball, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back then, if you know.
What did he say as he passed you?
He didn't say nothing. He just threw it away, just turned his face. Didn't like a short ball because he was getting down at age then. So I stuffed him, so he's one down. And I look back, and back then, if you know the Empire dressing room, it was louvers. So it was like watching a horror movie.
Yes.
Because remember, I had gone down to them and said, somebody's going to get the beamer back. So Bessie's out, so he's out of the way.
Yeah.
And when he was going off, I walk over to him. And I said to him, you see the rest in there? When you get back in there, remind him the beamer still got to come. You know? And I won't call the name of the players. 2 players came out to me and said, my man, you won't be able to be with me here. I ain't going to be with you. You don't mind them in the nonsense. You understand? So it had work. It was pressure for pressure. I took 5 for 36 that game.
Yeah.
I didn't bowl a beamer because they didn't believe me bowling a beamer.
Right.
I believe I'm good enough.
I think the important thing there, the important message is that they figured that they would come. So therefore, intimidation.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so the cricket was played at that level.
Yeah.
But that same night, I probably didn't leave Empire until 11:15, having been in the Empire's dressing room. You know, another wicket has fallen at the Gladiola ground. Miguel Cummins is a new batsman, have come out, and Rashawn Warwell is now on 73 from 135 deliveries, 178 for loss of 7, as we try to pitch in here as much as we can in this game between Pickwick and the ESAF's Pickwick side and the Windward side, ending in the team draw. So I think this is probably one of 2 games still going on, the other game being in the other parts and accessories Empire, who will have a week of activities that began today with the church service and will continue throughout the week every night or every day. And the interest here surely will be to see whether young Rashawn Waller can get to his 100. He has 73 from 135 deliveries. So I was saying to you, Philip, and that was my introduction to the Empire side. And so I was welcomed when I came into the club because now I have
respected.
I'm respected. Because now I have an opportunity I can dish out some of what they got then to other time. So, but like I said, the knowledge, the depth for which the knowledge within the Empire camp, 112 years is not 112 days. You know, it's very vast. So when you sit down and you hear Roland Holder come in the dressing room and he says, I'm going to score 100 today. Scores 100. Mike Innes says, I'm good for 100. And he can get 100. You get the chances, but a batsman never drops himself. You know, and I was amazed at how these fellas approach cricket.
And how do you get along with the disrespectful guy you said who didn't offer the apology on behalf of Top? So how do you all get along as teammates?
We got along well. We got along well throughout the years, so we never had a problem. I would say this: he actually ran and left his stumps. I licked his stumps from behind him.
In that same match,
in that same match, and it wasn't intentional. I had no intentions of hitting his stumps.
You mean you bowled him, or you?
Yeah. He backed away to pitch up delivery.
So you were that quick?
I was quick enough. I think it was sharper than most people think. So 73 is Worrell from 136 deliveries. Miguel Cummins is on 278 for loss of 5. Philip is going to take a little break, and I'm going to be joined by my good friend Philo Wallace, and having given my 10 cents worth of what it meant to join the institution Empire, who are celebrating 112 years of existence. Today marks their anniversary, 24th of May 1914 they came into existence, so they celebrate 112 years of the week of activities. And Mario Albert, as the game has switched, 2 games going on. This is now Empire versus Wildy. Empire 42 for 2. This game too will peter out into a simple draw. So I was talking to Philip about my entry into the Empire Club and what it meant to play for Empire. Now, what I'm going to do, since I have the ascendancy here, I'm going to ask you, what did it mean to you, having spent all your years at Spartan? So having ventured from the combined schools into the Spartan Club, as a young man growing up and going through the ranks at Spartan, how important was it? Because I was saying to Philip, I don't see that in the cricket these days. So what did it mean to you to journey to Spartan? Why did you join Spartan? And how did your tenure go? I was still going, should say.
Well, Lyndon, I'll tell you that I went a few evenings to Empire Club and practice after leaving combined schools. And then I ventured over to Queen's Park, and I found the environment at Queen's Park a bit more accommodating. And I made a decision that I'm going to stay at Queen's Park and play for Spartan. Empire, yes, a very good club, home of champions. But when I went there, I found that the intimacy was not there. It's a divide. Obviously, a lot of Barbados cricketers and
Correct.
fellas looking at sharpening their game. So I decided I'd go over to Queen's Park, and I found the members more accommodating. And particularly, we had George Linton, the late George Linton, who would have been a senior then. Had Roy Allen, Robert Headley, Fellows and Jilts was there. We had Livingston Puckering, who would have played on the 19 cricket with, who was my captain. Now at the end, I'd see the Empire Club. Obviously, the game at Empire between All the Parts and Empire. They now have decided that they're going to call it a day against the Will Decide. The players are shaking hands. And another team draw. But again, personal landmarks have been distinguished in this game. McCaskey getting 100. We know that Kevin Stoke got 100, a big 100 in the first innings. So again, a draw. Very well done to Empire and Wildy. Wildy would have lost some of their players, but they have bounced back quite nicely now. Because they're the defending champions. And they obviously will be looking now to look at the next game and obviously make amends. But congratulations to both teams. Obviously today was marred by some rain, which is something that we have to factor in now going forward throughout this season, for the rest of the season. But it's another good game. We're the champion teams of Barbados, Empire and Wildy with a tussle. And Wildy, obviously, Empire coming out on top, but Wildy giving a good fist of it. So stretching Empire a bit to see what they have in their reserves and what they have in their tanks. And clearly Empire would have shown that they have the resilience in their players to stave off anything. And over at Gladiola next door, now we see Rashawn World. He's not out on 74. He's joined by Miguel Cummins, who is yet to score. They lead by 152. This game is going to be a team draw, but obviously they're trying now to see if World can get up to 100. He got 94 in the first innings. He's obviously looking to try to get 100. You see Achilles Brown has been given the opportunity to bowl. He's picked up 2 wickets for 16 runs. He's in his 4th over. I have some time for him. I think that if he's managed well, he's full of energy. Obviously he also plays in the States as well. And I think that he can be a useful cricketer in Barbados cricket. But again, it's how well he's managed.
Yes, so getting back to your entry into the Spartan side,
yes.
Robert Headley,
yes, all those guys, Robert, you got Puckering, we had Ezra Mosley there, Franklin Stevenson, Mark Levine, Henderson Springer was also there. So they were quite accommodating. Otis Gibson was also part of the setup, and I felt more at home and comfortable. They had Clayton Johnson, David Trotman, Peter Payne, Asquith Lord, we had Richard Lord, we had Tony Howard, Arlington Hunt, we had David Horford. So we had very good cricketers and former cricketers who would have really made the transition from youth cricket to senior cricket quite easily, and they helped you. You were going in next, and all of those players at Desk Call were practicing. Even when Mr. Horford became president, he would still come on board.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Tony Harder will come on board once he has the time. Arlington Hunt, he was a school teacher at the time. He would come up after school and come and practice. Normal, no problems at all. And you were always getting help. Richard Lloyd will always be, giving you advice, because Richard Lloyd was a stalwart, good batter in those days. And we had a groundsman by the name of Braff. He would tell you a few words too about your game and what you should be doing. And you had all the help around you. And you can't undervalue the spectators as well. They're a whole part of the transitioning. If you score runs, they come and support you. There was a man by the name of Mr. Husbands, Z34. And in those early days, Lyndon, someone would pay for you, pay your membership fees.
Yeah.
And you don't know who it is. Then we had we had Mary, a lady named Mary. We had Jean. Then there was a gentleman, we used to call him Doc. He was a lecturer at UWI. Can't remember his last name. But he was a lecturer, and these are people that will help you. And people will pay your subs, and you don't know who pay your subs. Because they're so interested in you and your development, they took that part away from you so you can focus on your cricket.
Game. Right.
And these are things that are missing in the clubs. And then we had Keith Walcott, we had Sir Clyde Walcott as well. So those guys, the history was always there. Keith Walker was the chairman of selectors, and he would come around during cricket. He would come around at practice and have a look. Very Sergeant Major like. When you see, you never saw him in a t-shirt or short pants. He's always well dressed and
Well-dressed.
always had a briefcase.
Always well attired.
Yeah, so we see that kind of person. There was a presence, and you as a cricketer, you always know you had to be on your P's and Q's. It's not like in the modern day game now where we're here at Lucas Street, and you know some of the language that's being used, even the dress code. I remember when I played for Barbados, I went down to play for Spartan. I got out, so I slipped into short pants. So Mr. Walker asked me if the game is over. I said, no, sir. He said, so where you going to short pants? You need to put back on your whites. I had to go for my white pants. Yeah, times have changed, I know. But you would just like to see a bit more discipline in the modern day, in a modern cricketer. And, you know, the way you carry yourself sometimes reflect what type of production when you go out there to do your job. So I think that the players of this era just need to listen a bit more. Don't think that they know everything, and try to grasp as much knowledge as possible from those who have played and those who have an understanding and passion for the game. And some spectators can bring that as well. And that is what I found at Spartan. We had guys like Roy, who's gone to the great beyond. You know, there's still Buffy around, but he's a lone voice now, so he's not as vocal as he used to be. My good friend Dino, who's gone to the great beyond.
Yeah.
All these are people, Scotty, all these are guys that really supported Spartan. I think that is what is lacking now in club cricket. You don't have that support. If you look at this game, Windward versus ESAF Pickwick, 20 years ago, you would see supporters from both clubs here. And this is a beautiful ground. They would set up their chairs with the little coolers and they watch cricket. It used to happen at Carlton. You go to Carlton Cricket Club in Blackrock, the supporters are there and the support. And I think that is what is lacking now, and players don't feel as much as a part of because they don't have that support group to commend them or even to bash them when they're doing good or when they're doing bad. Everybody knows someone's friend, and they're afraid to say, well, look, you're doing this or that wrong, because they don't want to upset people. And if someone is true and honest to you and want to see a development as a sportsman, they need to be honest with you when you're going through your lean periods, and be honest with you when you're going through the heights of performing. Because when you're going through the lean period is when you need that support more often now. And I found that at Spartan you got that. And that is why I stuck with Spartan, and I'm a Spartanite until I passed away. And I just want to see the club continues to grow. He's under the leadership now of Andrea Marshall, and he's still playing, which is good. So he's getting close and understanding the players and the members. Obviously will shape the club accordingly.
What was it like in the dressing room? I was saying to Philip that I can remember when it was at Empire, early night at Empire, leaving the dressing room maybe about 11:15.
Yes,
so it was Saturday and Sunday, and you're discussing cricket from the time cricket finished to the time you leave there. Drinks will come, yes, but drinks never dominated the conversation.
No, it was never a dry discussion.
And it was always steeped in history of the club one, and then what the competition is going to be like tomorrow. So say for example we have Spartan in the local derby. What's going to be like? Who you like to face? What you want to do to follow? What you want to have Pucky doing? You know? How was the conversation between, say, a Roy Allen and a Robert Headley with Philo Wallace and a Mark Levine?
I don't know what Rashawn World is trying to do. He's 75 not out. They're trying to get him to bat to get 100. He's trying to do a reverse scoop to the medium pace to Jaden Norville. Now, if I was the captain of Super Blend Guardiola, I would call off this game. Because we're giving you a chance to get 100, but you're looking to give your wicket away. And I think that these are the things that the players don't understand. 100 not out will put him in good stead for the next round of matches. Super Blend Guardiola are going to play against the ESAF Pickwick next Saturday at races. Get 100 today, it gives you confidence for next week. The discussions in our dressing room lasted for hours, because George Linton is going to talk about cricket and experiences. You're going to laugh and have fun. Roy Allen is going to bring out the seriousness and also some jovialness, and he always brought back his BCL days. And Robert Headley obviously will talk about cricket in general, and we can't underestimate the value of Ronnie Griffith, you know, who was a prolific scorer of runs. Then I forgot the other guy called Kerry Lucas. So all these are guys that would sit down and talk cricket.
Young Rohan Walker.
Rohan Walker. We have Philip Brown. Who's that?
You had a wet wicket specialist.
Didn't he? Richard Connolly.
Oh, yes.
He went to Ellerslie with me. Yes, once the wicket is wet, Richard is going to bowl.
Yeah.
Maple had Chapman Burnham. And then Brad had Darryl Waldron. So
you had Pivot
horses for courses.
So everyone basically had their part to play in cricket back then in comparison to what we're seeing now, like coming back to this game briefly, a game that is not really inspiring to invite people to come out and watch this game, where you have a situation where you lost, that you rightfully said, 40 minutes the day in front, 60 minutes a whole hour to start the final day. And that's an hour out of your cricket. You have a lead of 61 to start on first innings, and you resume 70 odd, and yet you're back to tea. You didn't take a chance, then you went come out after lunch. Well, tea and lunch, same thing. And you know, it really doesn't excite to bring the people out.
Yeah.
You know, I think it was a travesty for the game to come down to this, especially the two teams that are languishing towards the bottom are in serious danger of being relegated.
Yeah, and the thing is about it is that ESAF have gained 10 points, so they moved to 38. But you know, when they look down, they're still seeing Windward and Signia Financial Barbados Youth,
who will be exempt from demotion.
So they're not going anywhere. They have more points, but they're still in the same position. Then your next game is against Super Blend Gladiola, who are not going to play that type of cricket. So what I think ESAF Pickwick should have done in this game is to try to get as many runs as possible by 2 o'clock. Declare at 2 and give the bowlers half an hour to run it with a new ball. Because when you go to Gladiola, you have to be looking to play good, decent cricket for 3 days. Because if not, they're going to beat you.
The thing about the type of cricket that Gladiola plays is completely opposite to what Pickwick play, as here is Worrell helps himself to a boundary as a short delivery dispatch into the mid-wicket region for 4. So he is up to 78. And that takes a total to 183 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, enough in delivery there for Norville. World clearly went across the off stump quite early, and Norville would be better bowling full and at the stumps. As they all say, if you miss, I hit. But he went short with no pace, and World just smashed it through mid-wicket. He didn't even move, because he knew that from the time he hit it, it had gone to the boundary. And Gladiola, Rice is not the biggest ground in Barbados, so you know, once you hit the ball, it stays hit. But good to see, obviously, World trying to accumulate some runs for confidence. And you know, Gladiola is one of those emerging sides that seem to have a good players relationship.
What I like about them is that they play a fast brand of cricket. So if you gravitate towards it, then you can find yourself against the 8 ball. So take, for example, there can be 2 contrasting sides next week when they meet Pickwick.
Yeah.
One
Pickwick
who's very
grinds you
laid back,
yeah,
really going you. Gladiola plays a fast brand of cricket, and when you look at the opposite side of the table, again, contrast in terms of points, I'm sure that Gladiola side will be oozing with confidence to say, look, this has got to be one of the teams that you're going to look to beat them. Yes, they're going to play for a draw. They have that negative approach. It really doesn't do anything good for the cricket.
No, I don't think it has. I don't think today's game would have done anything for Pickwick, ESAF Pickwick, at all. Because at the end of the day, you have young men in both teams, and you want to challenge them. We see here at Rice's, obviously the players have gone, the umpires have pulled the stumps out, and once the stumps are out, that's it. So Rashawn World not on 78 for 146 balls, and Super Blend Gladiola 183 for 7, lead by 156 with a team draw. Well done to Fusion Boutique Spartan for coming back from in the Down Jones, thanks to Mardon Ben. And then Super Blend Gladiola, that's the batters helping themselves to some much needed practice of 183 for 7. So that game has also ended in the team draw. And the Fusion Boutique Spartan players will be quite happy with what the outcome of this game. Because from yesterday, obviously staring down the barrel, they would have batted wonderfully well. And to come up with a draw here, they feel quite satisfied with that.
I'm pretty sure, Philo, that words probably have went across the Super Blend Gladiola camp, because like you said, if you were the captain here, you would just end the game and leave Worrell not on 78 in the end, because he was really looking to give his wicket away with the kind of shots that he was playing.
Yeah, and not out can push your average up, because you're looking to get into a Barbados franchise, and the selectors will be looking at performances, and they'll be looking at performances against the better elite teams. Now, if you scored 140 against Signia Financial Barbados Youth, you know, you will look at it as, okay, the young boys, but to score 94 and then a 78 not out against Fusion Boutique Spartan, the team that is second in the competition, you can put value to that.
So this just about brings us to the end of what has been an exciting 3 days of cricket here at the Lucas Street ground, featuring ESA Fields with the visitors and the home side, whereas the game ended in a team draw. Finally, quick fellow before you go, the initiative by the Barbados Cricket Association to have a feature game stream per series. How important is that towards the development of Barbados cricket and the in terms of attracting viewership. It lends to the fact that you don't have to be at the ground, but to showcase what we have on show.
Yeah, I think it's a good initiative by the Barbers Cricket Association to showcase a game, a feature game, to stream a feature game on weekends. But you also have to understand that if the feature game is being streamed and is exciting, people are going to come and watch. There's the other twist to it as well. Yes, everyone has a smartphone and they can watch on their smartphones, but when you actually come to a ground where it is happening live, you get more involved and more intimate. So it's a good concept, and you're hoping that this can continue to grow cricket in Barbados. I know the viewership will improve, but I want the spectatorship at the grounds also to improve, because cricket feels better when there's spectators.
Oh yes.
And spectators will come to a cricket match when it's exciting. If there's a dull game, spectators are going to stay home. So I think that the players themselves have a responsibility to help the Barbados Cricket Association to make cricket more attractive so they can get more spectator viewership. Because if you get spectators coming here to view this game, the clubs are going to make money at the bar. It's going to be an atmosphere. And then people talk. Word of mouth advertising is the best advertising in the world. Well, I went to Lucas Street last week, boy, and they played up there. And they really took Pickwick, carried Pickwick to the cleaners and give them, fight them for a draw. And they're going over at Gladiola next weekend. Let's go. So that's how you gain club support and cricket support. And I think that the players themselves have to understand that they play a major role or a major part in helping the BCA to sell this wonderful product called cricket.
Yes, and so that brings us to the end of what has been a fantastic day, a fantastic 3 days here at the Lucas Street Ground in St. Philip, lush green the outfield. And on the behalf of Keith Holder, Philip Hackett, Andy Payne, who decked out of our commentary, Philo Wallace, I am the Boogeyman, along with Bell's Imagery and the entire team. LIG, life is good.